Are you here? Can you hear?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I need to turn the volume on the stream down before it blasts in my ear and scares the shit out of me.
Okay.
Oh, are we getting to that scene that bothers the hell out?
Yes, we are
Okay.
most certainly getting to that scene, and I mean,
Awesome.
for welcome to everyone first and foremost. Second,
Yes.
second, that scene deserves special. Actually, second, if you hear mewling, I got like 2 days ago, like 2 kittens here. So if you hear them, it's just them.
You should just put the mic up to them and just have them just dictate the whole stream. Just leave the mic in their little crib and just have them mute.
I actually should introduce them, but later in the server if I can get a picture of them.
Also, hello everybody, welcome. We are streaming Final Fantasy XIII. This is part 9, I assume. I don't know.
Yes, it's part 9.
Yes. So we are. Last time we went through a place, and then we spent like an hour and a half fighting Bahamut because he kept kicking my ass. So he trashed Eorzea, got a makeover, came here, trashed my party repeatedly until Meowth in the chat helped me fix my paradigms and
it was
kicked his ass finally. And now I never have to fight Bahamut in anything ever again.
Just one paradigm and you and you defeat Bahamut. It's amazing.
Yeah, it was great.
But at the same time, you defeated Sid Reigns at second try, which I did not last time in run 13, and I have experience with 13, so feel proud of yourself.
Yes, and I one-shot Barthandelus, and I had a realization, the fact that Barthandelus is the Pope King, and Lightning is just so tightly paired with him, and it just reminded me, I was like, why was Igiorum the one with the evil Pope with Thornton in Heavensward? And I'm like, oh wow, that's another parallel that this game clearly took from 14. So I thought that was really interesting that they made the Pope the bad guy in this game because of Thornton.
Listen, I'm going to confess something. That one I haven't realized myself.
Oh well, there you go.
That's why I like working with lore divers especially in the 13 trilogy. Like some things, I always say that it's been 10 years for me, and I have gone sometimes so deep that these things that are like surface level sort of go through my mind because I'm at it's not a better level, it's just a different level.
Yeah, I know. So it was just kind of really interesting that this game ripped off Heavensward so bad, just like Rhapsodic said.
Well, yeah. Kind of. I mean, how should I put this? The first time I ran Heavensward, which was 2016, maybe I don't know. I think it was. I joined the 14 community properly when it had recently released 3.4. That's a nice patch to join, you know.
Okay, yeah, that was decent. That's about when most of the people I know started playing. So I played since 2.0, and I was like, this game is great, you should try it. And everyone's like, eh. And then like 3.4 came around, and like everybody started playing, and I was like,
it wasn't that great because it's one of these moments in which you join, you want to continue the story, and then you realize that you have to farm tomes for getting the gear for some dungeons, and this is where my etherochemical research facility sort of love-hate trauma.
Oh my god!
But at the same time,
fractal continuum too.
I didn't know at the time, but at the same time, I can't bring myself to hate etherochemical research facility because the first time I ran the dungeon, I was screaming in 13 trilogy.
That's totally fair. And it looks like a lot of people in chat actually started in 5.3, 5.1 around there. So that was a great time to hop in.
True.
4.0 through 4.5. No, actually 4.0 to 4.3 was not the best time to jump into the game. So you guys jumped in at just the right time, and I envy everybody who didn't have to wait 6 months between expansions. And the new raid's got a lot of people.
Or between patches. I'm still remembering the wait between 5.2 and 5.3 because COVID happened, and of course if sometimes like 3 month waiting is like sometimes can get long. That 6 month waiting, that of course was absolutely worth it, but it's like.
So one thing I really want to do is I want to do New Game Plus, but I want to like take a look and see how many actual in-game days passed. Like Shadowbringers, I think is like 4 or 5 days in-game because they make you go back to your hotel or your inn and sleep. And I want to see how many times that happens throughout the game. And it's probably going to be like, this all happened over the course of like 2.5 weeks. And I'm like, that is not right.
Listen.
But just like in-game.
Listen, there's a bit of there's nothing written on its own when it comes to how long does Final Fantasy 13 in days over the course of how many days and time does Final Fantasy 13 happen, and I mean. It's kind of difficult, but people who say that it goes all over the course of like 2 weeks, I will personally fight them. I see 14 as like taking 6 months per expansion, so it's been like 2.5 years.
Oh yeah, Celine says my headcanon is that ARR to Endwalker's around 10 to 12 years.
You know incidentally which game is actually fair. It's actually straight up and actually keeps count of the years passing, and it's basically 10 years since the start of the game and the final point of the expansion.
World of Warcraft.
No, Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 does it.
I get it.
Guild Wars 2 does it, and it keeps you in track of how many years have passed and in which point of the story, and it's like. You usually don't see that happen so that much.
See, I see like 14 is 10 to 12 years, 14 is 7 years. For me, I'm like it's around 3 years. So like I really want to do this run through. It's gonna take forever, but I can.
Listen, all I can tell at this point, when people go start discussing how many years it's in 14, all that matters to me is final knowledge are legal. Period.
Yeah, true. But I also want to point out that a year in 14 is not 365 days; it's 384 days. So years are longer.
Same in Final Fantasy 13, since days are 26 hours long. Unlikely there's...
That's insane. Does that come up later? Because I have not heard that yet.
It's only mentioned in Line of Returns because, for reasons, days lose to hours.
Oh my god! So I've been playing one for 26 hours. So I've been playing for 1 Cocoonian day.
Oh, that's one.
All right. Anyway, we should probably get started. Yeah, this is really good, but we can talk as we go because we're going to be doing a lot of grinding today, apparently. So we'll have plenty of time to talk about things that have nothing to do with this sequel to Final Fantasy XIV.
Sorry. I actually put up the wrong one. That's
how dare.
Serves me well for having two tabs of Twitch open. Sorry.
So last time we went through the Lassie training facility, courtesy of Barth Vandalist.
We are still in the Lassie
who set it all up for us. And then Sid Raines came down to personally make sure that that our training was complete. And he said that he had every choice in the world but no choice. And he said that he was doing this for him, but clearly that was a lie because he turned to crystal. So,
or maybe not.
So even though he thought he had free will, he clearly didn't, which I thought was really interesting. And then we fought Bahamut, And like there wasn't a whole lot that happened last time actually.
We left that after Bahamut because I think you were already.
I was so tired after that. I was like, I'm kind of triggered by the fact that I'm still at the save point, and I've seen this fucking door open so many times now.
So, I was going to say something. Yeah, for the chat, I'm no longer able to read the chat, so Cobe will have to rely comments onto me. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Rhapsodic says the twins are adults, even if their bodies are lagging behind a bit, just because of Shadowbringers. That's actually true, because I think Alphino and Alice have been there for like, what, a year each?
Yeah, they were a year on the first.
So in ARR they were introduced at 16 years, and it's been at least a year in game between ARR and Shadowbringers, and then add another year to that, so that makes them 18 legal. So there you go.
True. Yeah. So.
But only in their heads. They're not legally legal.
Anyway.
Sorry, Meowth.
Oh, hey! Look at that!
No, don't look at it. You'll turn to crystal.
Oh. An
Oh.
airship?
And it's from Grand Pulse. I guess it was one of this Ark's weapons, or something.
Zentel says that it was only their souls in
That's
Shadowbringers.
a
Yep. Their bodies didn't age, exactly. So they're old
Gates.
souls.
Gates to Super Australia.
So what? That's
Oh
exit?
my god, you're kidding.
Hold.
We're already going to invade Super Australia.
Well, that's not good. Do you think it might take us to Eden?
Let's fucking go.
I'm doing the flying. No more of these ships.
We can
taking
invade and
charge
end
of
this war right now.
stuff. The only place this thing is taking us is where these boys tell it to.
Huh, really? That is a Grand Pulse ship.
Really? Leave it to me.
F for sass.
Either way, we're on borrowed time.
Yeah, Zentel says get your bug spray.
Go. We get lucky. Maybe we'll even turn up some way to get.
Was it just me, or was Snow's eye a lot more open than
Yes.
everyone else?
No way to
Yes. Well, at that point,
You never know.
I'll explain later.
Maybe we just didn't think to look for one.
Snow has a lot less time than everyone else.
We know Cocoon's safe for the time
Hold that thought.
being. I'd say it's worth going to take a look.
Maybe. But what about your dad?
I made him a promise. I promised him to keep going and do what I had to. He said only I would know what that was. The world's full of lies.
And
knowing what's
Bartholomew
right.
S time is
All we
amazing.
can do is believe in ourselves. It's easy to sit back and let people trick you. Like how the Sanctum had us all thinking that LSC was some sort of monster. I'm done with their lies. Fal'Cie, this whole focus thing. From here on out, I use my eyes. Think.
Oh, Hope, you forgot the other two. Hear and feel.
I might not make all the right choices,
I love this line.
but as long as I'm the one who decided what to do, there's nothing to regret.
Though it aged bad within the trilogy.
I will say though that
All
I
right.
mean this is really
Let's do it.
heartwarming.
I'm
Like
with
you
you.
see
Bad
Hope like
choices and
fully
all.
developed now, and he's his own person.
Of course, I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out. Pulse is hell, you know.
Oh, is it now? How many times have you been there?
None.
Celine says since this is Final Fantasy 13, they have to use this emote whenever Snow says something silly or dumb, and it's Snow with derp eyes, and it's amazing.
So, everybody in?
Right.
Absolutely.
Off to hell we go.
I like how Snow just constantly casually
Yeah,
tosses Sarah's crystal.
One day he's going to
I'm
lose
expecting
it.
him to miss it. Okay, who put
That's-
20 pence in the dickhead kid?
No one in the
Oh my god, I can't believe we're like leaving already. Like Cocoon is done. Like this is insane to me.
So I will say that cutscene feels like Hope's character arc peak, but I say that his character keeps evolving throughout the trilogy, and even after the trilogy ends, because of the final novel.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, as far as like his journey from the beginning of this game to now, I feel like that's the culmination of it, and he's still gonna keep growing.
If we're thinking 13, only 13, it's still some. I mean, it's going to soon go another peak, which is the cutscene with Bugsme because reasons, and it's coming right up, and I will explain a bit of why. But for now, enjoy. For one of the best cutscenes in this fucking game.
Man, the shell cocoon is huge. Wow, everything's backwards. People live on the outside of this world. This is awful.
Yeah, I told you, didn't I?
Oh, look. Super Australia's already attacked.
Playful little critter, isn't he?
Yeah, we'll play with someone else.
Happens all the time.
Who thinks we're lunch?
Yeah, like on a seafood buffet.
Seafood, cute.
Guys, here it comes!
Oh my god.
F.
Fang! Get him!
I'm on it.
I mean, Fang and Lightning both jump after them, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
yeah, they're going for hope.
I mean.
They remember his raging house party, and they're like, that kid's gotta live. The puns, they hurt. Hey, the seafood was a master stroke of punnery. I thought it was very funny.
You okay?
Oh yeah.
You okay? Yeah, I'm fucking great. What do you think? I'm falling like to my death. I love those moments in which Hope, the king of sass.
Home sweet home. Welcome to Grand Pulse.
Super
You know,
Australia.
this is actually really interesting because it's, how do I put this? Like, everything I know about Grand Pulse reminds me of the first Astral era in 14.
So, now that you're saving, I'm going to explain the context in which this scene bugs me. There's one certain... of course, if it bugs me, it's likely because Hope's in it. And I would like to invite you all to match the narration with what's shown on the screen. And then later I will elaborate a bit. And I can't say why the scene bugs me, but I will give you part of the reasons of why. I will give you the reasons I can give in this game. Strictly in this
That's
game.
fine. So before we go on, I just want to read out chat. Celine says that I'd say that Lightning is the sass master personally. I would agree. I adore Lightning. I've always liked Lightning, and I'm really happy she's the main character of this game.
Lightning is a very sassy queen, but Lightning sass is, you expect Lightning sass. She is that kind of character. And it's effective, of course. She is great. But Hope's sass comes from, how should I put this?
Trauma.
Not exactly. He knows his words are but I'm getting ahead of my time. I'm speaking of, this is 14-year-old Hope, okay? So in a sense, he's a teen. He's still not. His personality is not yet built in a sense. He's
got about 13 more years for that.
Kind of. But in upcoming games, that's not going to be the case anymore. And circumstances, life experience, and his own personality are going to come in which, in a form in which Hope Sass comes from the territory of, he knows, because it's not that we know, it's he knows, which is best.
I see.
He knows that his words are going to sound warm and gentle and attentive. And it's when one less expected that he drops a sass nuke, and it's most effective, because then it's like, oh my god, I absolutely did not expect that. And he knows how to play it masterfully.
So I will say that you mentioned earlier that a day in 13 was 26 hours, and I just realized that 26 is 13 times 2.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so
If
we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna play this next cutscene.
Go on.
And
I'm
gonna see.
And I'm going to be biting the wall in like.
Okay, there's a waterfall.
Yes.
A world wild and fragile, vibrant and untamed. Grand pulse.
Wow, Cocoon is all kinds of fucked up.
It's a place where lives are ruled by the brutal struggle for survival and the callous and uncaring whim of the Fal'Cie.
F.
There is no such thing as mercy. Only a never-ending string of trials that weed out the weak and leave only the strong.
This is definitely Super Australia.
Reigns knew the truth. The purpose lying at the heart of all the Fal'Cie's actions. Recalling their lost deity and returning the world to its former glory. People were never anything more than sacrifices. And Cocoon's destruction? It's just a way to wake a sleeping god. But would bringing the Maker back into this world really lead to our salvation?
Are those Animan choices?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they're food.
That too. Fal'Cie Titan.
The Maker created Fal'Cie, and they, in their desperation to be reunited with the Maker, created l'Cie. And l'Cie,
God,
I wonder what we'll end up creating.
the l'Cie are gonna make God. Because this is a Final Fantasy game, and we are not complete unless we create and then kill God. Hope puts the lime in the coconut.
Our future looked bleak, but as long as we could keep our spirits up, we'd find a way to change our fate. Somehow.
You were having a dream.
A pretty strange dream.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Rhapsodic, I was also expecting that coconut to hit him in the head.
Hey guys, have any luck? No sign of anyone else.
But we did find plenty of bloodthirsty wildlife in crumbling ruins.
Australia.
Long day?
Well, guys, we've run out of places to search around here. Huh. Where's Hope?
He's off with the chocobo, getting supplies. Hello.
Hey. You all by yourself?
It's Brand.
What? We gotta
Oh,
find him.
good. Danielle understands Chocobo now.
I mean, it's a chocobo chick. Fucking achievement.
Alright, let's take a look at the paradigms.
I was checking the achievement and it just bugs me even further. Ugh.
I'm literally shocked that I'm already at Grand Pulse. Like, that was not expected.
No, you can't really
Like,
develop much.
In the scheme of Final Fantasy games, like, I expected to hit Grand Pulse around like 40 hours maybe, but I guess this is a game that came out before RPGs were like 100 hours long.
True, but at the same time, you're having to spend a fair share bit of time farming in Grand Pulse, so you can rack up ramp up hours on Grand Pulse actually.
I went up there, so I've been playing through Final Fantasy XI lately, and like I just tried to target with the direction pad, and I was like, oh no, it's getting ingrained in me. This is not good.
So there's one scheme first. We'll talk about Hope later, but there's one scheme that the game kind of makes you go in terms of leveling up when you reach Grand Pulse. There's the way I do it is some runs of this part of Grand Pulse is Valis Media, which is the best part for grinding. Because if you go straight up into the Archield step, it's going to basically they're basically going to murder your ass. So
at least it's accurate.
So the game kind of tries to make you go like grind a bit in Valis Media, transverse Valis Media into Yasha's Massif.
So you are saying a lot of words that I do not know what they mean.
It's areas.
Okay, area. Okay, got it. And Zental says 7, 8, 9 can both easily hit 75 hours of MSQ before hitting the last series. That's true. But I'm thinking about like Final Fantasy VI, where you can beat the game in like 40 hours. So I mean, being at Grand Pulse already just like kind of boggles my mind.
So yeah, apologize. I apologize because my mind is right now going into efficiency mode for leveling up.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I did have a thought though, like when we're done with 13 and I go through all the tactics series. Meowth, you should definitely have your own stream and you should play through Final Fantasy VI. I will get it for you on Steam. Just play through it.
I'm kind of afraid. I've always been sort of afraid of 6 because I keep hearing that it's so hard, and I'm like.
6 is not hard. Like I was talking to my friend about that last night. Like 6 is not a hard game. You just have to know how to use the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like 6 is a very character-focused game. Like the story's good, but what makes 6 so good is the characters. They have the best characters of any Final Fantasy game. I'd say characters not overall, because for me 14 has the best story of any Final Fantasy game, but 6 definitely has the strongest character.
I haven't played 6, so I can't judge, but maybe I'm biased.
So you will. We're gonna make you play it. It's gonna happen. Because there's a lot of 6 and 14 as well. And it's a lot like how this game is, where it's not as in your face.
Maybe you want to stagger the flan, if you have.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Follow my lead.
Oh no, lightning's the only medic. This was a terrible idea. Where's my hope? Where's my hope?
He's a bit in a predicament, so.
I know it. It's those damn coconut. Wow, I have triple commando as my main paradigm. This is a terrible idea.
It's great when you have to melt the enemy when it's staggered. It's the only drawback when you don't have that. I mean, you could if you were to trying to hope as a commando. Honestly,
All right,
people,
time to launch forever.
Yeah, people usually dismiss hope as a commando, but that's just because they usually associate commando with physical attacks, and that's a mistake because hope has the ruin spell.
Yeah. Zental says play 7 Meowth, and Celine says my favorite Final Fantasy go 14, 4, then 6 for favorites. That is a really good list. 4 and 6 are both fantastic Final Fantasy games. And 4 actually still holds up really well. So does 6. So I'm going to ask the chat, which Final Fantasy game do you think Meowth should play?
My tier list is probably the weirdest Final Fantasy tier list ever, so...
So Celine says 4. Have you ever played 4, Meowth?
No, I haven't. And actually, and I said this much on the server like yesterday, that I felt kind of bad because Endwalker was so full of 4 references that I know that 4 fans were all over it, and it was likely missing like 80% of them.
Oh, it was full of 4 references. Zentel says 7. Repsodic says 6. I kind of want to make Meowth play 10 just because she doesn't want to.
You know what's amazing? Sorry about. Give me a moment. My kittens are playing and just.
That is an appropriate excuse for anything. It's like, I'm sorry, I crashed my car into your house. My kittens were playing. Oh, well, it's fine.
Excuse me. I'm back.
Like, Final Fantasy IV enjoyers are going great this expansion. I think the best reaction I've ever seen is when Crimson KB got to the Loporrit, and he just breaks down when he hears the 4 sound music.
I recognize that because, well, I have played Record Keeper too.
Yeah, there you go.
But I swear, one day we have to invite Crimson KB to the podcast.
I want to. He's really fun. He's a really down-to-earth, cool guy. I really want to have him on stream sometime.
Yeah.
So if anyone knows him, because I've messaged him repeatedly, if anyone knows him, we would love to have him on.
I actually join his streams whenever I could. He streams a bit late for Spanish hour, but I actually join his Stranger of Paradise playthrough when he streamed. And when he went and he got to the Refin Wetlands, which is the area in Stranger of Paradise, which is based on the Sound of Waterscape, with all the 13 music and references, I lost backwards. I was just.
So, yeah, that was interesting. I was like, what is this place in Stranger of Paradise? Because I hadn't played 13 yet.
Yeah, and I was going to say something. Yes, that you're here suggesting Final Fantasies for me to play, and I'm kind of amused, laughing to myself, because one of the titles that I haven't played, which is the most, the one that piques my curiosity most, is Final Fantasy VIII.
Oh, 8 is phenomenal. So actually, 8 is my favorite PlayStation Final Fantasy game. I like it more than 7, and I like it more than 9. And I will say that it would probably drive Ayumi nuts just because it is a time travel story, but it is quite possibly one of the most cohesive time travel stories I have ever seen. It's really well done.
I kind of go against the flow. So when people usually, because there's this thing that happens in the PlayStation era of Final Fantasy, or PlayStation 2 if you want to go a bit over 10, and there's the nostalgia elitists who say that after 10 there's no more Final Fantasy, which I mean they can just.
I mean there clearly are more numbers after 10, so that's clearly not true.
Yeah, that's not.
But I understand what they're saying.
But there's something weird that happens, and it's that we get these people which are Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy. Some of course praise Final Fantasy IX, but not so many as they praise 10. So there's this kind of these titles that are like worshipped in a sense that are basically 7 and 10. There's a bit of 9 over there, but there's so people that just ignore or under or they kind of go over 8, and I'm like, why? It's like
8 was just so 8. Like you'd have to play it to understand. Like I loved 8 because 8 is first and foremost it's a time travel story, but it's also a love story, and it's a really good one. And I honestly think it was ahead of its time in a little bit in its method of storytelling. But the other reason people didn't like 8 was because of the draw system, because the draw system is highly experimental, and the junction system is just so broken. Rhapsodic says that playing the Eden raids is basically having played 8. No, not really. It's exposure to 8, and it's based on 8. I screamed when I got to the empty and they were playing Blue Fields, and I was like, "Oh my god!" But I wasn't streaming it at that point.
I mean, Eden is obviously Final Fantasy 8. So I mean, we have Eden here, but it's not. I mean, first Eden I think is 8, right?
The first time Eden the Summon shows up was in 8. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so more flans. That's great. I suggest that you fight them. It's extra grinding.
So like I will say that in 8, 8 does not play like Zental says 8. The junction system is so broken. If you know how, that's absolutely correct. Also, the only things. Shit. I will say that the junction system is absolutely broken, but it's also because leveling isn't really required. So everything in 8 levels with you. So there's no grinding whatsoever in the game except for junction magic. And you don't have to kill anything in order to get your junctions point, which means you can go through the entire game at level 1 and just wreck everything at level 1. And it's actually easier if you do that. It's one of the challenge modes of going through the game. But if you get to the final boss at level 1, the final boss doesn't have access to any of their high-level spells, and it's just a joke.
Well, I mean, fair. I mean, I as far as I understand, they kind of, I mean.
Okay. Zental says items for upgrade tabs. I'm sorry, I misspoke. There is no level grinding in Final Fantasy VIII. Triple Triad though is an absolute must, and you have to grind that.
Well, I'm not really much into side.
You will be.
But...
You will be. Final Fantasy VIII, like card game, is so ridiculously addictive. Yeah, I cannot even begin.
Yeah, well, I tend to skip side mini games because.
The issue with skipping it in 8 is you need to play it to get any of the ultimate weapons.
Why? I'm not surprised.
Naturally, because it's Final Fantasy and they make you do things you don't want to do to get the best stuff. Yeah, just like Triple Triad is also the true Final Fantasy XIV.
Would you believe me that I actually haven't unlocked that on 14?
Yes, but you know what? That's another thing we gotta fix. We're gonna have a triple triad day. The lore of triple triad as it pertains to Final Fantasy XIV.
I mean, not in this game, but there's a casino in 13.2, so which I
Oh,
myself.
don't tell me that. I will go there and I will break it.
I mean, fair, because you kind of visit there if you get enough. So, as for context, 13.2 works in a way in which the game is designed to give you more a sense of exploration. So, of course, there are rewards if as more lore you unlock, which are the fragments. So, for reference, 13.2 has an entire section of lore and tidbits and anecdotes that expand the story based on collectible things, rewards, and whatever. And the more you collect, then you can trade them. The more you can trade them for benefits. And I'm going to shut up.
Oh no, the boy. I half expected these giant red flowers to be enemies to try and kill me. Because it's Super Australia, and of course they would try and kill me.
This is where I'm going to just bite my fist into frustration. Not frustration, it's just like...
So this is how it ends. Just wait. Now, how long has it been since we left Cocoon? Not a single soul for miles around? Not a single clue about this whole sea mess? What I'm saying is, we did well just getting this far.
But we could go
Vanille.
further.
Stop being lewd.
There's still one place. Oh,
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
You know, if we don't find anything this time, we won't get another chance.
Erba. The place it all began.
Oh.
The place where the pulse Falsi lay dreaming. Vanille and Fang's home. Just maybe, it'll be the place where we find the answers we're looking for.
Wait, how does he know that?
Right. If we can get there.
Exactly!
Go ahead without me.
We can't just leave you.
I'll be fine. You've all taught me so much. Show me how to fight.
I can't tell you. It's just fighting to me.
I'm scared.
We understand. You're not gonna go through this ordeal alone, you know. Huh?
That's what scares me. I don't want to see you get hurt because of me. It'd be better for everyone if I just stayed behind.
About time. Couldn't summon it inside Cocoon because it was too big.
Mention ordeals, and look what comes along.
This is not an ordeal. This is a gift. Hope! This is the kind of power you've got inside. And it's telling you not to give up. Trust me.
Oh, I get it. It's here to show you the way. Show you that you've got what it takes to get back on your feet and do this thing.
You mean?
Alright, Mr. 500 Magic, stop being surprised at things. Oh, that was cool. How, like, Alexander's eyes were perfectly overlaid on Hope's. That was interesting.
Ready?
Okay. Alexander. I'll go over this later, because even when I'm just elaborating on this just from a strictly first 13 game, there's a lot to unpack, and you probably noticed.
There's a lot of what?
To unpack. Unpack? Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
You likely noticed, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of... There was a lot of what in that?
Yeah. So Alexander is actually pretty... I mean, always gets me that Hope. I mean, you're likely not going to get this because you're using Lightning as a leader, but if you lead with Hope, from this point onwards, he takes some of Lightning's lines that she taught him, and those are his premiership lines, and it's great.
Wow.
One of those things people miss when they're not playing with Hope as leader. Like he actually quotes one of Lightning's lines here. So there's this thing, just for context, these sort of things evolve into what certain parts of the certain. Well, mostly people who know me actually know this as the Hope and Lightning code speak.
Oh, god damn it.
Ooh.
Come on, Hope.
You think you can solo it? You can solo Alexander with Hope?
No, but I can try.
Yeah, you can try.
Maybe he's friendly.
Or maybe Hope is just too OP.
This is gonna be really close. Oh, he missed!
Ooh!
Oh, he didn't. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Just hit him one more time. Come on.
Come on, Hope! Prove your worth.
Damn it.
Oh! F. Oh, so close. It would be so great if he actually could solo this.
That would have been perfect.
Honestly,
you're the only one who has the power to
If you had healed, I think you could have soloed it. You could solo Alexander.
I feel like Hope is intentionally weaker in this fight than normal.
I mean, you can't really... I mean, Eidolon fights don't work the same way, so you can really calculate, because it doesn't go by damage. It goes by chain build.
Yeah, I was trying to build the chain up.
But just one Ravager is kind of not enough.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I mean, the point you were in, you could have if you have healed, but I think maybe I'm just. But anyways. But yeah, Alexander never gave me personally never gave me trouble because I'm so used to lead with Hope.
Yeah, I forgot I had 2 Ravagers, honestly. So I ran most of it with only one, like an idiot.
I'm just so used to lead with Hope. I know exactly how to. I know exactly how to play this, and that's not just. I'm not flexing. It's just that.
God damn it. Wow.
Well, yeah, takes a bit of this.
Okay, maybe hit with Commando and then swap over to Sentinel. Ravager.
Or maybe Synergist. Maybe go with the wolves. But sometimes, this is one of these times in which people saying, "Oh, Alexander it's a difficult Eidolon fight," and I'm like, "How?" and then I have to post something. Oh, because people don't actually usually lead with Hope.
Yeah, you crazy person.
I mean, it's not crazy person. It's just that because Hope is it's a game in which if the leader wipes, it's an entire wipe, and Hope happens to be the most fragile team party member. So.
All right, Hope, give everybody protect, and then he won't hurt anymore. Oh fuck.
Ooh.
Thanks.
Of course, he drops a big "fuck you" first thing. Here we go again.
Yeah. Oof. Oof. Oof.
Give it your best shot. Thanks.
Yeah. This fight, if you, at this point, I don't actually remember if I had Fang with at least one Ravager spell at this point. It's a secondary rule. After you unlock in 5th arc. But Try Disaster, I think I got Try Disaster departing 3 Ravagers in this fight, and I made things really easy.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I don't have Try Disaster yet, but I think I got it this time because I got Protect. And
yeah, Alexander, it's not that difficult. It's just bearing in mind that you're leading with Hope, which means be extra careful. That's the only issue this fight has. Oof.
This guy's an asshole. Jesus.
Oof. There is a reason for why living with Hope requires a very careful padding planification.
Yeah. The Rhapsodic says, if Alexander's Hope's Eidolon, does that make him an honorary Gobby? Hope is the Uplander. Alright, I got this.
Yeah. So, but yeah, favorite Eidolon, Alexander is my favorite summon in all Final Fantasy. And
Here I go.
there he goes. Yes.
This I remember. You showed me this.
Yes. The Great Wall of Fuck You. I don't take credit for that one. That was all Esper last year in the Lord Dive runs, and I just borrowed that. It was just so great.
Oh, so Selene says, "God damn it!" Zental says, "Hope is a Gobby kid." Rhapsodic Songbird says they're Uplanders because Cocoon is up in the sky. and I cannot argue with any of that. That is
the Alexander
true.
Eidolon.
He also has the secret of Gobby cheese, apparently.
Dolans appeared to set us free through death. But now, I think maybe they're here to snap us out of our slumps.
Oh, like the one you were just in?
I'll ask for help earlier next time around.
Hugs. Family.
Oh my god.
Family.
Benil, take your filthy hands off of my boy.
We're alone in hell.
Listen, funny man, don't call this.
Yeah, Fang is absolutely right. It's not hell. It's super hell. Rhapsodic, this is no wonder Hope is so broken. All of his spells are fueled by Gobby Boom.
And maybe we'd hit a dead end. But we were
Yep, there it is.
to see where the road would take us.
Hope, there's no Derpies.
The search for
You know, that's gotta suck for Fang and Vanille, though. They were in crystal stasis, and when they go back home, everything is in ruins.
our final journey.
I'm assuming also that there are no actual people down here anymore.
not exactly, but think that you have to bear in mind that the section we visit of Grand Pulse is quite small. But there's just to imagine Earth, kind of, because Cocoon is kind of more or less the size of Earth, just for reference, more or less, kind of. Not really, actually. I mean,
I'm surprised how big the chunk like torn out of Cocoon is.
The Archilda step, one of those parts of Stormblood actually made me scream.
It's stone. It's...
Look familiar? It's a kind of seath. It's in the last stage. A seath.
Don't worry. It's no threat to anyone anymore. The sea that fail their focus becomes sea and wander the wilds. Eventually, they lose the will to go on and turn to stone. But still, even in this state, they can't forget the task they once had.
And they call out to the sea, over and over. Complete my focus.
So they're doomed to eternal regret, huh? It's pretty horrible.
Sa's saying what we're all thinking.
We should help this one out.
No, of course.
Come on, we can't just ignore it. Listen, if we fail our focus, it could be us suffering like that.
Wow, what a happy thought. That's not like you.
But going out of his way to help someone, that's
Jesus. Where is that dirt by snow emote? We need that again right now.
So this is the. I mean, you can call it the excuse for side quests.
So this is the hunt system, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to your doom in Final Fantasy 12.
Oh my god. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, I played 12 when it came out. I remember two things about the game. I remember like the first 15 minutes. Sorry, I remember three things. First 15 minutes of the game, screaming, "I'm Captain Bosch," and then I remember Urza and her thong outside of her pants, and then the hunts. Because I focused so much on the hunts that I was just like, I need to kill the next hunt, and I need to progress in the story. I have no idea what's happening in the story. Don't care. Next hunt, go. And I just hyper focused on the hunts and don't remember anything about the game. So I need to replay that too.
I suggest taking. You can only take one mission at a time. It's kind of an inconvenient. Oh, the game actually puts you in the lead with hope. That's great. I know you're not going to go with it, but I mean, it's just,
no, I'm not.
I know it's, but it's so kind of the game. Anyways, what was I saying? Yes, you can only take one mission at a time, which is kind of like 12 actually. But I recommend going, like, if we're going to go a bit grinding. The Sith missions actually are helpful when it comes to grinding.
So I gotta ask, why are the Falsi intent on slaying a pudding? Like, why do they care?
You have to. I mean,
I know it's a game mechanic, but
one of the reasons you can argue is that it's inconvenient in some degree for the Falsi. But you have to think that even though they share mindset, the Falsi of Grand Pulse work different than the Falsi on Cocoon, mostly because of Cocoon's purpose. But Grand Pulse is kind of the original land, so kind of Pulse's. When I mean Pulse, I mean the god. Pulse's works different. Like how should I put this? Pulse the god. You really should not.
oh, that's a king. Oh.
I mean, go for it if you want. You got the preemptive, but
You looking at me?
Atlantis Assault is probably the best you have. How do you even go into this without checking your predators?
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, oh, I can go triple commando again. Oh no, I don't have that anymore.
No. Still, look at the.
Yeah, I got it halfway.
Yeah, but
That's
I mean,
good.
look at the stagger bar.
Yeah.
Still, it's not enough, and for melting this thing, you would need a commando, double commando actually. And
well, I should have double commando because I've got lightning and fang in one party.
yes, but now it's going
Oh my God! No, why? This is the worst. No. Oh no.
F. You tried.
I hate everything. I should literally just wipe at this point.
I mean, points for trying. The idea was fine, trying to get the preemptive, but the execution not so much.
Right. I was like, oh, something I could kill. I'm gonna sneak up on it. This will be easy.
So basically, get in the mindset that the level you are at now on Grand Pulse, everything is kind of going to turn into a boss battle. Get into that mindset.
Okay, so it literally is Super Australia down here. Like everything is trying to kill me. Everything can kill me.
And Arcade.
yeah.
So basically, just so you get the idea, Arcade Step is like the main hub of Grand Pulse. You're going to find all sorts of murdery beasts here, and you have to kind of guess which one you can take on and which one you can't, or which one you can take with careful planning, because the game intends you basically to first go into Bally's Media, then go into Yasha's Massif, which has less murderous beasties, still murderous, but nah. You're probably looking at the Mantoids and going like, no. So, I was going to say, I mean, if you can check the map just to get the idea of how fucking big is the step, you can do it. And it's Grand Pulse is divided in different sections. Like I said, the game intends for you to go back to Bally's Media, which is the canyon where you travel to get to rescue Hope. And then there's a further area, which is the Yasha's Massif. And you're supposed to go there to the end of the Yasha's Massif to trigger a cutscene that will tell you where to go. And kind of this is not exactly a spoiler. It's just kind of explaining the thing. I really want you to get Lightning to Saboteur, actually.
Yeah, I'm starting to level it up.
And Fang to get Ravager because Sprite Disaster. I mean, with Hope you can. With Hope, I first recommend getting the Ravager branch done, because the moment you get him to start blasting for Firaga, you're going to love it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Rhapsodic says Crazy L13 is trying to take credit for inventing the 7th Oral Calamity.
So you get, you check the map. You're going. I mean, I get lost in the fucking hallway areas in 13. I'm always consulting the Arcade Step map, just because. So you
like
see,
seriously, people were complaining that they wanted this. Like, come on.
So if you want to go to Valleys Media, you have to go to the save point that's a bit to the south where you are, and take the canyon route. Route is different. Route is to kill. So
I mean, route's also correct. So go south.
Check the map. I'm a bit behind of you.
Because there's
so.
the save point I was at.
Yeah, and if you go to the back thing, there's so you see there's like to the right, yeah, now to the north. It's changing you. Yeah, that's the entrance to Valleys Media.
Okay, I thought that's where I came from. So.
Yeah, that's where you came from. You have to go there, go to the next zone, which is Yasha's Massif, and then go to the end of Yasha's Massif to get the cutscenes, more lore. It's some of the cutscenes here are actually optional. They're just some of these are optional, but I recommend watching them just because it's interesting.
My God, it turned into an open world game. What is this?
Where people complaining Final Fantasy 13 is just a Halloween game, and then if you actually play, you get to Grand Pulse and it's like psych.
Well, no, the most complaint I heard was like it opens up, but it takes so long to get there, and I'm like, now that it's here, I'm like, I don't want it. I want my hallway back. I got lost in the hallway. And yeah, Rhapsodic says Cocoon hanging in the sky like Dalamud up there. Yeah, the plan is we're gonna crash it into Super Australia.
So that's actually not.
Oh
inaccurate.
Shit! What is that?
That's the thing that attacked you in the cutscene on arrival.
Yeah, now there's suddenly dead sea.
Yeah. So one thing is, when you complete one Sith Stone, it will activate another one. So that's how it works.
So remember where they are.
Yeah, the map kind of marks you. When it's light up, it's an active Sith Stone. When it's like in gray, it's a dormant Sith Stone. So you can kind of track them more or less. I was going to say something, I forget. I was going to say, the optional cutscenes. There's the one I told you on Yasha's Massive in the end. There's another one, which is quite amusing. That optional one is if you get that one, I'll explain why it's great. Though that cutscene, how should I? It's created. It's kind of. I don't really want to go into that, but I don't want to say it's.
Zentel says it's not as big as the Calm Lands, but at least I can see the other side of the Calm Lands.
So that cutscene on release created a bit of misdirection, though there was no misdirection to begin with. It's just I don't know how to explain it. I mean, one gets what I'm trying to say when you watch it. If I try to explain it before, it's like you don't get it. It's fine.
Like Hope suddenly becoming a psychic.
No. No, it's a cutscene involving Hope, and it's really, for me, it's a really interesting one, especially considering things that happen later in the trilogy. Again, I guess it's a good point to discuss while you're traversing the Valdez media. It's a good point to discuss that cutscene. So yeah, there's one thing that you I'm going to latch on something just to get at the starting point. When you said in that cutscene, how did he know? And I was like, exactly. Yeah, because you immediately noticed how the fuck Hope knew about Erba, which is, Erba is Fang and Vanille's
hometown, yeah.
But if you've noticed, Vanille was about to tell them, but she never tells them, because Fang is like, "Are you sure you want to go that way?" And Vanille never gets to say that. But Hope, for some reason, not only knows the name of Erba, but knows also that that Erba was where Falsi Animal was, and that it was Fang and Vanille's hometown. And hence comes the question: how? So.
Oh my God! So Rhapsodic answered it already. Clearly, it's because Hope knows about everything because he has the Echo.
So, I'm going to share something from the the Ultimania guides, right? It's like these books that come in with lore things, and there's.
I actually think I have the Ultimania guide for this one.
For 13? Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's
I bought all of them when it came out.
It's likely in Japanese, anyways. But well,
Well, no, it's translated.
it is. Oh well.
Yeah.
Well, the Ultimate Omega for 13 has the LC brand, right? That over time it progresses. Or there's two ways the LC brand progresses. One is by time itself. It depends on your focus. Some brand it depends on the how should I put this? Depends on the difficulty of your focus. For if you were going to just have to slay a monster, the brand is going to advance at the expected rate that call it like this is the time the reasonable time period in which you should have killed this thing. But if it's a difficult focus, then the thing evolves slower, you know. And of course, there's the other way of advancing the brand, which is a great shock. In the guide, there's this chart in which marks the LC brand has 13 stages. Stage 13 is when you go Sith, basically. Time's up. So
Okay.
the game tells you. The chart tells you at which point in each, at which exact point throughout the game, the brand of each character advance in which stage, which is really interesting. It gives you the reason, mostly. Gives you the reason mostly because for Hope, in this part, it's really ambiguous because. You recall that what Vanille got from the Chukwa chick was the brand, and in terms of when it comes to Hope, so mostly, well, when I say mostly, it's basically in all of the cast except for Hope. Whenever it's got a shock, whenever they got a shock, an emotional shock, and the brand advances because of it. It advances one stage. In Hope's case, the brand advanced 2 stages in one go. And this is what happens here. There it's never actually explained the reason why. Because you maybe have suddenly noticed that for some reason that he got into the mindset, leave me behind because I don't want to be the reason for you to get hurt.
Right.
And it's kind of a sudden mindset, you know, like if you come from the previous cutscene before Grandpa's, like when he gets this conversation with, like it's not a monologue, but you can call it a monologue you want. And he seems so reassured on his path, and then this comes, which it's implied to have passed like weeks or something, but still, it's a jarring change. Like how, why? It comes like out of nowhere, and the only thing that you have in between is that scene in which Hope is gathering supplies, and then suddenly stops and looks at the sky. That's the last scene we have before he collapses, and that's all I can say in 13 that it's a big mystery. What happened after that shot, and between that shot and his brand getting so sudden and big a shock that goes two stages.
Clearly, the falsy of coconuts came down and paid him a visit. Those.
And then there's the whole dialogue leading to that cutscene in which Vanille is explaining as narrator what's going on, more or less, with that whole thing. And I don't believe in when it comes to narratives and narrative choices, I don't believe in coincidences.
It could also be like, and then this happened, and I don't know.
I would believe that if the trilogy didn't go the way it goes. That's why.
I'm sure it comes back later, which is gonna be weird.
Yes and no, because it's one of these things in which for reference, Lightning Returns relies so much, especially when it comes to Hope, relies extremely in, let's put it this way. I really hope I'm not putting my foot in my mouth. Think of it this way. The frontal story, you're seeing Lightning story, like Lightning side, but there's a back, there's a back side of this, on the back, like in the shadows, that it's told through connections, parallels, musical leitmotifs, how did Neela call it? The meta-narrative, which was like, echo an arc echoing something, an arc that is going to happen later. That actually triggered me a lot in Shadowbringers, because I was recognizing the same style of storytelling with as in with Hope's story, and I was like, in Shadowbringers, an example, the most blatant first dungeon is Holdminster Switch. And the whole thing is the Sin Eaters invading Holdminster Switch, and people dead, the town burning, and all that. And then comes full circle later in Amor, which is basically the same thing, just on a massive scale.
On a bigger scale, yeah.
That's how Hope's arc plays in Lightning Returns. You got all the minor arcs leading to Hope's arc, and that's why Shadowbringers narrative. When I realized what was going on, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" But I think I was quick to pick up on that, because I've spent so much time of my life studying Lightning Returns narrative that when Shadowbringers picked the same thing, and actually in a rather obvious way, my mindset was immediately ready to identify the method. I don't know if I'm making sense, but that's, I mean, it was like, oh god, you're using the trilogy's narrative storytelling? Are you kidding me?
And that's the thing that I've noticed most about 14. Like, it uses more like thematic and narrative structure from 13 a lot, rather than like overt reference.
Exactly. But I mean, it's like I think to an extent 14 does the same with 6. Like there's 3 games I realize in 14 that basically make the backbone on the structure. One is Final Fantasy 6. Maybe not so much, but I mean Garlemald is so fucking Gestal Empire.
You're absolutely right. 6 is a huge one thematically, but not overtly. You're absolutely right on that. So 6 and 13 are very much in the bones of 14.
There's 3. One is 6. Sorry about that. When I get excited a bit, my voice kind of. Sorry. One is 6. The other one is, I was going to say 12, but actually it's the whole Evil Is Alliance series. I mean, you can basically. Yoshipi is so much of a Matsuno fan, you could take any piece of Matsuno's work, and as Yoshipi proved, you can put in 14 and it matches the lore perfectly. They basically didn't have to do anything to make the Evil East raids perfectly match the storyline.
I mean, they just switched 12 in tactics in the timeline. Yeah. It was good.
And it was good,
but,
exactly.
Yeah, but I think that's not a one-to-one comparison. So 13 and 6, yeah, it's very thematic, and whereas 12 is just like the 12 universe and Evil East is just lifted wholesale.
Mm-hmm. But 13 and the 13 trilogy are there too, like in the backbone, and there's Halag, of course. The most evident 13 piece of in 14 is Halag, but there's the backbone of many other things too, and makes sense because like I said many times, not so many times, Yoshipi and Motomo Toriyama were working on, Yoshipi was working in A Realm Reborn, Motomo Toriyama was working in Line Returns at the same time. That's why the collaboration happened in the first place. For now, you've only seen the side of the collaboration in the 2.0 event, which was the 13 event. but you still have to see the side of the story in the 13th trilogy, which happens in Returns.
Yashas Massif.
Yashas Massif. But yeah, there's that.
Sorry, I was distracted by saying, "Oh, you're in Yashas Massif now," but you're actually in the Highlands, which are part of Yashas Massif, which is part of the lower continent of the greater region of Grand Pulse under Cocoon.
Also, you're being greeted with, I was going to say smooth jazz. I'm not sure how jazzy this theme is, but I really after 14, I really appreciate jazzy tracks.
I'm sorry, I missed the last.
No, after 14, I really appreciate jazzy tracks. It's like you know,
Keep a cool head.
jazzy tracks is like Ancient's approach, and it's like it appeals to me.
I will say this, that while like 6 and 13 run more thematically, 9 actually was a huge part of Shadowbringers, in that the entire Ascian plan is basically the Terra's plan in 9.
Shadowbringers is a thematic mix of 9 and 3. Flood of Light.
Yeah.
Well, Flood of Darkness, Flood of Light.
Yep.
I mean, but the three parallels are so evident. It's. I mean, I'm not going to say it hurts, but I mean, you have the Crystal Tower, you have the themes, you have all the whole thing, and it's. I mean, it's fine by me, because people don't really know much about 3.
Nah. I watched the Rabtoons version of 3.
No, fine.
It's just Lunith going around being a kleptomaniac saying we can never come back here again.
But yes, and keep buffering. Please don't buffer.
Dental disagrees. It's okay. Dental disagrees. No, what is that? Why is that here?
Because the thing summoned it. I'm going to.
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Great. I'm going to refresh. Sorry about this. Has to happen. So 8 summon a Behemoth King. That's great. So yes, it can happen, which is why you are advised to
murder them quickly.
Yes. Also, if you have turbo RNG, I mean, the thing they summon is completely RNG. So you can just...
So I had bad luck there, basically.
Yes.
I also say that Calusia, before you fix it, is very World of Ruin from 6.
Calusia...
Like, the color palette is so similar.
So, listen. Calusia and Ilmur, mostly Ilmur, is like... it's so much of those who know the trilogy is so much a fucking reference to one of the cities in Line Returns. It hurts. It's. I mean, again.
Is it Snow City? Is it Snow City?
Yes.
Okay.
You know.
I know he gets a city, but I don't know anything else. I know he gets a city.
You know.
And it's just like party time around the clock, because the world is ending apparently.
I am not going to say much, but yeah, it's Snow City. Yeah, it's a parallel to that too. And it's so evident. I mean, you still haven't played the game. I mean, unfair. But once you go through Line Returns, you're just going to say, "Why this is so much humor?"
All right, you little bastard. Oh god, it summoned more. That's what.
And I'm actually laughing the other day when you went through. It was the Orsia's encyclopedia, right? And you found that part on Ulda, the goldsmith shop.
Oh yeah. No, I was working on the Gridania script, and I just kind of flipped over to Ulda, and I was like, "Wait, Estheim, I know that name." Estheim Aesthetics, what? So that's where Hope retires after he does everything.
To be strictly, I don't know how the name in the location name is spelled in Japanese, but in English it's spelled differently than Hope's surname. But still, I mean, it's
like one letter off.
Thanks.
It's kind of
it's
a reference, and even more considering that the guildmaster is serendipity, and then she tells you she has pink hair, and she tells you to call her Sarah. And it's like, you're not being subtle. It's going to summon a big thing, or no?
No, it's going to fucking die. That's what it's gonna do.
That's great. That's great. And it's like, and when I saw you post the thing, I was like, now it clicks, huh?
Yeah.
So I don't recall where the cutscene exactly is. After this battle, I think if you go to the right, it triggers, and it's a very amusing cutscene. Which gives insight into Hope's character, by the way.
Okay.
I mean, if you trigger it, I will go over the cutscene and why why I like it so much in terms of character exploring, so to speak. Though I will go to a bit into things that also. Well, I will go over it in general. Since this is basically the go over things stream. There you go.
Oh wow, this is all. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to go. Okay, this is all connected. Whoa, this is cool.
Oh.
It's like so pretty, and everything here wants to kill me and eat me.
Yeah.
Just like Australia.
Yeah.
Hope, where are you going?
You're a bit ahead of me, though. I'm not sure how.
Okay, I started a cutscene that's Hope focused.
Okay.
And Vanille's trying to ruin it with her app.
Okay, you're a bit ahead of me. Sorry, I'm going to. Well, I'm okay. Vanille's going to ruin days. That's a good way to put it. Scare.
Something on your mind?
I was just thinking.
About what? Something complicated?
I was just taking it all in. The sky here, the trees, the sunlight, the smells. When I was on Cocoon, I never dreamed a place like this could even exist. But now...
Then your life would be fine.
If I hadn't gone to those fireworks, if I hadn't been sitting in that same train car during the purge, if anything had been different, I'd never have had a chance to see this.
No. I'm sure you would have wound up here.
Liar.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Together.
Really?
Oh my god. Ghost her ass. I don't remember that shit. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. About another lifetime.
You're crazy.
What does that even mean?
To tell you the truth, I've told so many lies. It's all a blur.
Well, you know, sometimes you have to lie about it to keep yourself going, because you're afraid. Or to protect someone else, so they don't get hurt. Sometimes, even the things that everyone in the world
Yeah, Vanille.
knows are true turn out to be
You're a bit ahead, but I'm just.
Hope already learned the lesson that she never learned.
lie that you do after you tell it. Work hard enough, and you can make it true. I mean, maybe we both forgot. Maybe we did promise to see Grandpa.
I'm just.
She's like sitting there holding on. It's my fault you're able to see you. I'm still not gonna say anything.
No, yeah, sorry. I'm just laughing here.
Smiling. It makes me happy when you smile.
Bastard.
Oh,
Bastard.
she looks unhappy. I like that.
Wait a minute.
Oh, this is great.
Now we're even.
I love it.
All right, do you want to break that down?
Give me a moment to refresh. I love that cutscene, so great. Because, for one, you recall that I've
No, I was
mentioned...
right. The plants are trying to kill me. Oh God.
I mentioned, you recall me mentioning that Hope is the king of sass, and that his sass nukes, and he's actually a fucking trolling bastard, works so well because he knows that he's going to sound all gentle and kind and you know that, but when he drops it, it's it's absolute destruction. That's one of that's a taste of that, because
there's a reason that his attack is called Ruin.
And it's great. I also love it because it's, in hindsight it's harsher, but it's the one and only cutscene that in the entire trilogy that you're going to hear Hope genuinely laughing. So,
I mean,
it's harsh in hindsight because it makes you think what the fuck happens. But it's one of these things in which you only get one scene in the entire trilogy which has Hope genuinely laughing and being able to be like he's 14. In this moment there's this bit of playful innocence that the entire purge stole from him. And there's in this moment that calls back to, you know, how you start the game, and basically the game goes Lightning and Sass, Snow on his own, and Hope and Vanille, and it actually calls back with Vanille telling the lie that we did promise to go, and Hope's like, really? We didn't.
Yeah. Literally, like, Vanille is the worst person.
And
even now she's just spitting lies.
And that's why this scene's the closing is so great, because first Vanille's gay panic. It's Vanille's gay panic face should actually be made an emote in the server.
I don't disagree with that, because I very much enjoyed her freaking out, because Hope turned that around on her. Nah.
Absolutely.
I'm calling you.
Absolutely. That's why that's why it's great, because Hope absolutely took her, blindsided her, and she's like, oh fuck. And it's Vanille's gay panic, and Hope's like, I gotcha. And it's like, and it's great. But though this scene caused a bit of, how should I put this? I mean, shippers gonna ship, but it's not the thing, okay? I mean, it's
no, it's not.
It's not, because
I mean, the idea that, like, oh, you can.
I mean,
yeah, I'm not gonna go there, but yeah.
You get the idea. I mean,
yeah, I do.
It's sad because it's a great cutscene with a lot of insight, which I will go over in a moment. I mean, shippers gonna shape. I always say that. I don't.
I mean, it literally. All it told me was Vanille is still a piece of shit, and Hope is onto her, and he's too smart for her now, and she's like worried now because he's not gonna believe a damn word she says, nor should he.
Fair enough. So the thing is that I mentioned this because it's given me a lot of I'm not going to say trouble, but because I'm an analyst and a lore diver. I'm not a shipper. First and foremost, I have my lichens. It just happens that the thing that happens later and develops later in game, it appeals to my tastes. Of course, and there's no denying that. There's personal biases, but when this we have discussed as lore diving crew many times, that we don't, when we work in analyzing deep lore, we always, at least we try. We're not perfect, we're human, but at least we always try to keep it objective, as to not let our personal biases to color our analysis, right?
Right.
This has always been like a really driving point of how you remember when we were sort of setting up the LoreLines podcast, and we all agree that this is going to be because one of the points we wanted to go. This is going to be a bit backstory, LoreLines backstory. One of our,
the LoreLines backstory. Meowth said, "Hey, we should make a podcast where we talk about all this stuff."
Thank you for outing me. But here we are. Actually, one of the things Meowth said that actually became thing. Anyways, but the thing is, one of the conflict because context. We were a chat group in Discord of 7 people who basically had taken refuge have fled many other servers because of lore diving and taking it seriously in that we discussed freely and ended up flooding other channels, and for some reason some people didn't like that, and we ended up like man, can't we just speak lore like civilized people in any place? And we were like, well, we could make our own, and that's how LoreLines emerged. But that was precisely one of the points that we as a crew wanted to touch upon. That one of our sort of codes is ever discuss things in a civilized manner. All opinions are have to be equally treated, and also always mind what is canon and what is not. And that's why I call it lore diver spirit. If you want, analyst spirit.
Yeah, that was a big thing, because I remember back then a lot of different outlets were very heavily biased towards one side or the other.
Yes,
when
it was,
the Heidelin and Zodiac thing was at its peak.
Yes. So, in a sense, it's different, but it's not that different from Ship Wars. I hate Ship Wars, just for the record.
Oh, damn it.
And
I hate these plants.
They are terrible.
So I have my ship in this game, and it's the only ship that matters to me, and that is Lightning and me. And I don't care about any other ships.
You might want to keep an eye out for Hope. But anyways, I was going to say one thing. I don't care when people don't get sometimes. Well, 10 years ago, I was probably I had less idea how to handle this, but my issue with people is not that people ship. I don't care what people ship. My issue is when people try to pass as canon something that is not. I don't mind if it's shipping or if it's lore things, you know. When people try to pass as canon,
that's confusing fanon and canon.
Exactly.
And that's kind of common. And it's more common than it should be, but yeah, that is an issue. The
thing is, when I started into lore diving, it was 10 years ago. I started in earnest back when Line Returns hadn't been released. It was 13.2. I got into kind of. It was about 13.2 was about to be released. This was 10 years ago. And I started writing meta. Then again, I chose a very bad place to write meta, because I started my lore diving thing in Tumblr, and Tumblr is a fucking hell.
That was a mistake.
That was a mistake, but it was what they have. I started my career sort of there, so it's not like I have a soft spot for Tumblr, because I never actually left Tumblr aside my corner, because I really think that's the hell. If there's a deep hell, that's Tumblr.
So you're saying that Tumblr is the grand pulse of the internet?
Yes, and things that come up in Tumblr should never be released, like in any form outside of Tumblr. But that's where I started, and well, I have a lot of my work and where I kind of earn my reputation, so to speak. I don't really like to bring up that, but I don't really want to look like I'm flexing because just because.
So would you equate Tumblr lore diving with like dumpster diving?
The thing is, believe it or not, there were I got in the thing into writing meta, and when I say writing meta, I mean writing analysis, not writing, shipping posts or anything. And I'm seeing this thing and I'm writing about how it impacts the story. It's like taking Final Fantasy VIII and saying that Squall and Renova's romance doesn't have impact in the story. It's like, no.
I mean, it was clearly all about Cypher and Squall, so yeah.
Well, I thought that I actually think that Cypher, Regin, and Fujin were like a three-way thing, but don't mind me. So,
I mean, clearly Raijin and Cypher were the bottoms, and Fujin was the top.
Fair enough. So, the thing is, believe it or not, there were nasty ship wars going on in the 13 fandom Tumblr. What would you expect for such a hellhole? And I got caught inside. I got caught in the middle of said ship wars because I was writing meta, and it annoyed a part of the fandom which wasn't really pleased to be told that that's not the thing. I mean, I was not telling anyone, I was just writing on my fucking corner, and then I suddenly got people sending me anon hate, stalking me on Twitter, and then send me threats, and I was like, what the fuck? What have you
How dare you?
I was like, what? I mean...
How dare you express opinions that fly in the face of what I want?
And it's like... And that's why I really, really, really hate ship wars, because I got caught in the middle of one that I really didn't aim for. And the ones that there's people I know from 10 years ago that tell me that that the Hope and Vanille shippers hated my guts, and it's like, well, I mean, not that I aimed for that, but it's undeniable true.
There's nothing there. I mean, clearly Vanille and Fang are the thing.
Yes, like that. But I will say something. 10 years ago, I kind of understand that people could fail to see that. Well, no, actually I don't understand. But that's...
I really don't know how people can fail to see that. Like, literally,
yes,
it's in your face and obvious.
Exactly. It's just that I mean, maybe it's a cultural feel, because I literally know anyone in Spain which back then, 10 years ago, played this game and didn't realize that Vanilla and Fang were a couple. It's like, maybe it's different in America, I don't know. In this aspect, I'm completely lost. All I know is that all the people in my country that play this game never got a fucking doubt. So I operated things. I mean, I analyzed things. Of course, knowing backstories and stuff. Since, Fang was originally meant to be a male character that they decided just to change. They changed gender when her script was already done, and they were like, it's not going to affect the storyline in the slightest. Which, I mean, I think it was a genius move when people go about representation. I mean, so-called representation. Because
Zental says, honestly, at first I thought they were just close friends. No, clearly they were cousins.
Good one. So there's one thing I've seen back then. It was not unusual to see people argue that argue, that's a word, saying that Fang and Vanille were like sisters, and I remember reading that 10 years ago, sitting back on my chair and being like, if you have a sister and she treats you like, and your relationship is like Fang and Vanille's, get help.
Oh my god, I hate this thing.
Yeah.
Why?
F.
Ah.
So that's the thing, and
Zental, you missed my joke.
so the thing is, I don't know if it's a cultural thing or what. Maybe it was like I mean, right now it's 2022, and I don't think anyone who plays this game in this year has any doubt that what Fang and Vanille are. It's just I mean, you know, times change and just. But the thing is, what I was saying, I lost my place. What was I saying? I'm trying to say so many things. I'm just. I lost my place. Yeah. That thing about representation. I don't like the word representation because it's like, why do you have to represent something like it's special? It's like it happens in.
It should just be allowed to be.
Exactly.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm gonna prevent you from putting your foot in your mouth.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So yes, I get it.
You get
but
the
I
thing.
also
I
also know that
I know it's important for some people. I know that too. But that's one thing that 13 does really well. Does really well. Like, for example, let's get political for a moment. I don't really like it doing that, but let's get political for a moment. 13, insofar you have a lesbian couple and you have a black leading character. I don't like highlighting these things because for me, I consider this thing to be absolutely normal. But you know how it is. And insofar, you probably noticed that the game doesn't make any single highlight about these facts. It's just there, and people assume it's there like a normal thing. Sure, the thing with Fang and Vanille was, you can consider it a happy accident if you want, but there's also a lot of meaning in the sense that the developers also were kind of ahead of their time in thinking, we can just change Fang's gender and it's not going to affect the script in the slightest, and it didn't. So,
which I think is fantastic.
Yeah.
I will say my quip about the cousins was actually a reference to
Sailor Moon.
Exactly. Which is when I'm glad you realized that, because I thought that was a uniquely American thing, where we can't have lesbians on TV, so we're just going to make them cousins, which is ridiculous and ultimately did not work at all because no one was fooled. Everyone knew.
Everyone knew, yeah. With Fang and Vanille, no one's trying to cover that. It's just there in game. Though, the game plays with Line Returns in particular. I have this meme. The seal meme saying gay. I have one. I have one which is the normal version, which is Fang and Vanille in 13, and I have the version of Fang and Vanille in Line Returns, which is the same meme, but instead of just gay, it's ultra gay. Because in Line Returns they kind of drop all kind of. If there was any subtlety, which in this game I really failed to see the subtlety. They absolutely dropped that in Line Returns. I was like, okay. If you can consider this subtext, it's absolutely dropped in Line Returns. Like this text, plain and simple.
Rhapsodic says, Zental says it's popular in the UK, but I've never dabbled. I missed what you're talking about.
No, I was just saying.
Lightning Returns.
I was just saying that. Well, also, I like talking about when I personally bring up Fang and Vanille's when I bring up Fang and Vanille's thing, it's not about. I think that's the right way of including including these things, like, because I've seen the trend of this thing that's like a forced inclusion, and I'm not really a fan of that, because it's like you're making things stand out and basically reducing a character to just one facet of their of the character, and that's, I think I'd actually find that even more insulting than not having a representation at all.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I think there should be representation, but I also think that it should be normalized and not have a spotlight on it and saying, look at this, we included this in here. Isn't it great? Instead of just saying, these are people, they just, happen to be...
It's hypocritical.
One orientation, another, or whatever.
The way I see it, it's hypocritical. It's like if we're supposed to be aiming for equality, it means that everyone has to be normal, and highlighting someone is immediately making someone stand out. So it defies the purpose. That's the way I see it. It's like,
yeah, I can't disagree with that.
So that's my stance, and I have people come at me thinking that I'm against representation. I'm like, no. What I'm against is making a fuss over this in any form. Like, I hate the same way people who are like outraged that, oh god, there's lesbians in this game, and it's like, mate, it's the 21st century, like, evolve. and then
well, me, okay, so there are two people who love each other in this game. What's the big deal?
Yeah, exactly. You said it right. That's the thing. There's couples in this game, and the leading couples are Snow and Sarah and Fang and Vanille. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, that's it, and that's it. That's the end of it, right there.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really have. In truth, I elaborated too much to say something that I could actually be summarized in just that line. But yeah.
The thing I think is that people tend, at least in the United States, it's a little more puritanical, and people tend to reduce sexual orientations to just sex. And
that's true.
It's wrong.
That's strange. That's strange.
Yeah.
Maybe again cultural clash or something, but it's not the first time, when it seems that outside Japan or Europe, America has this weird difficulty to see a romance or any romantic thing if there's not like an explicit kiss on the screen, and it's like, why?
It's because of the puritanical roots of America. It tends to be very hyper focused on sexuality.
Okay, I don't think that's good, but fair. I understand.
I mean, it's not good because it's kind of repressive in a way, but
yeah, it's kind of reducing what love is. What is love? It's kind of reducing what is love to just one manifestation of it, and for me it's like very restrictive. And this game,
no, it is.
And this game actually goes into the exploration on the many facets of love. Is actually one of the main core themes. Though I understand that now I can understand why American people may fail to notice that, because you don't get the explicit thing on the screen ever, except for Snow and Sarah, which is just once.
Right.
But it's such a core theme in the series, actually. But the thing is that it explores so many facets that it's like people in America miss this, and it's like a shame in the sense that this game is so rich in how it explores the human nature, and you miss it because of this kind of. I'm not sure if I call a social convention, maybe a cultural convention. I don't know. And it's weird.
I would say social, not social mores, because it's not an expectation of acting. It's just how society identifies certain relationships.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
which
fair.
It's not right, but that's just kind of
fair.
how things are.
I mean,
here,
I
I kind of
understand, because some of the relationships that happen in 13 trilogy, from the outside, without context, they may seem strange. Like you tell someone else.
Oh my god!
Kill you, right?
Hope just hit this thing for 16,000 hit points. Hope, you monster.
Yeah, I really want you to get him to get the Firaga Blizzard. He is the only character who gets all the Gal level spells, all the elemental level spells. I was saying something. I was saying this game has complicated relationships and love in the sense that if you look at it from the outside, without context, it may seem strange, even for if you tell someone. So there's this couple happening, and they may, if they have only played the first game or they have only heard about the 13 trilogy, they may look at you like, "Are you what?" And you're like, pause a moment. It's actually complicated. Basically this goes for is don't judge the book for its cover. Like when I say, this is something that happens in terms of relationship. This is a relationship that happens, and you probably know which one I'm pointing to, because it's the ironically. How should I put this? It ends up being the driving force of the trilogy, but people fail to acknowledge that because of cultural standards, because it's very complex. Right. I'll give them that. It's complex. It's very complex, and you have to understand the dynamics. But it's kind of a shame because you're like, mate, you're missing the core complexity of this just by judging the book by its cover. And it's like some part of myself is like, that's why I'm here for, to explain things proper.
Right.
But you surely know what I'm pointing towards because I hinted towards it,
Right. So.
But anyways, so there was something else I wanted to say. Sorry if I'm cutting you. I'm just going.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Brian is going brr while you're grinding. Oh yes, the cutscene with Vanille, with Hope and Vanille. There's this other moment in which when he's speaking about lies, and that's when he says, well, sometimes you have to lie to yourself. Sometimes you have to lie to others to protect them. And sometimes, if you work hard enough, you can make the lie true. And this is something that I always had in the back of my mind, like, this is relevant. But it wasn't until, not on Walker, but 5.3, that I went back to this cutscene. I regularly check back 13, the trilogy's cutscenes. And I went back to this one, and I realized, mate, he's actually talking about the nature of hope. Because
that's where hope comes from. Hope starts as a lie until you make it true.
Exactly, and may not come true actually. Like for example, Meteon's like the Ensinger, actually more like the Ensinger but Meteon too. When there's this line when no matter how hard these worlds try, they only met death at the end, and it's like the point is that hope or it's not like anything sure, like that's actually it aligns with how the Greeks understood the concept of hope. The Greeks understood so for those who don't know, Elpis, the spirit of hope in Greek mythology, it's one of the torments that was stored in Pandora's jar. You know the story of Pandora's box, right?
Yes.
All of
but if anyone doesn't,
okay,
feel free to explain.
The myth of Pandora is like there was punishment from the gods for a human arrogation, if you want to go Genshin Impact. It was a punishment that they sent Pandora and gave her the cursed gift of curiosity with a jar that contained all torments of the human world. So Pandora they told Pandora that she should never open the jar. Of course, being gifted curiosity, Pandora ended up opening the jar, and all the torments that inflict humans were unleashed upon the world. And Pandora was scared and closed the jar, and the only one that remained inside the jar was the Spirit of Hope, Elpis, which was the one who allowed humans to endure through the hardship and keep going forward, even after all those torments unleashed upon them, which is why the Greeks see hope as this kind of more negative than positive, in the sense that it compels you to keep suffering when the easiest and less painful way would be just laying down and dying. But humans just don't do that because they're compelled by the Spirit of Hope. And that's really interesting, because usually the way the things as we're taught, especially in Western culture, is that hope is one of the actually in, I think it's Christianism, Catholicism, I don't know, but I know it's one of the cardinal virtues. Not a it's a major virtue, but not a cardinal virtue. F. But it's considered a virtue, which is kind of different from what our ancestors or Greek ancestors understood the concept of hope. And I really appreciate it. And actually, I have to admit that being raised in a Western background, I am in a major Western symbolism and stuff. I first, until Endwalker, 5.3, but Endwalker made a big deal of this, of really portraying the true nature of hope. Like, it's a two-faced thing. It's as positive as it can be negative. It can be as constructive as it can be as destructive and harmful. And it wasn't until Endwalker that it finally made the piece on my studies on Hope's character click, which is kind of embarrassing to admit after 10 years, but there's no shame in admitting that I keep learning things about this fucking trilogy. I mean, after 10 years after.
I mean, that's not a bad thing. There's a lot to unpack over 3 games. That's a lot of content.
And Hope is a really complex character. Though, then again, like we discussed, Hope is not meant to be a relatable character. The game doesn't expect you to relate to Hope, especially as the game advances. Like, for example, we mentioned that Sass is the most relatable character, and the one you usually tend to feel more closer to you in the sense of he's crafted to make you relate to him, especially as you grow older, which is kind of amusing.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
But Hope is not a character you're meant to. Actually, I would go as far as to say that he's a character you're not meant to understand even, because how do you understand the core of human spirit? That's a really heavy question to make a character symbolize, you know? And they actually went for it with Hope, and he is very, very complex. Though,
I mean, I feel like I do connect with Hope, though. Like, I kind of understand where he's coming from in the beginning. In the beginning, I will say.
You may understand him at this point, because this is the first game, but that's going to hurt. I was going to say, you may understand him in this game, can relate to him to a degree, but as the trilogy progresses, the game even goes as far as not even tell you what he's going through. Actually, you have to infer that. That's why Line Returns can be difficult to read, because it's actually a shared storyline. Like I said, it's on the front it's lining side of the story, but on the back and the backbone of not just Lightning Returns, but the entire trilogy. Once you realize it's hope, but because the game is so much an ode to mankind, of course hope is going to is a major part of this play, so to speak. You know, that's why Endwalker. That's why Endwalker made. Touched so many strings and actually completed, in a sense, helped to complete the picture for me. Like, I was missing...
Zental says, odds on I'll understand him in all 3 games.
No. I can tell that... I mean, you've got... I'm not gonna... I swear this is not intended to sound like a flex, but you'll be closer to understanding Hope because I'm here to explain you and guide you through his character.
You flexing.
I didn't intend you to. I don't intend this to come as a flex, but there's no denying I have experience on deep lore diving into his character. I devoted 10 years of my life going into his character in particular. So I'm not saying that I know his character. I can't say that because, like we always say, even in our LoreLines podcast, is that the real truth, only the developers have it. So I'm not taking that from them. But in terms of expertise, I sort of know what I'm talking about. If only because of experience.
We will say.
Yeah,
I'm really eager to kind of go into the second and third games, kind of see what those are all about.
That's great. That's great.
Which we have, thanks to you.
Yeah, true. I'm actually eager to because 13 is great on its own. I mean, I always say that it could have been a standalone title without sequels, and the game would have worked entirely well. It's just that the sequels just polish the thing to great, amazing levels. But like I always say, 13.2 suffers a bit from the Stormblood syndrome, which, I mean, to be fair, doesn't really matter anymore, in the sense that we have the third part of the trilogy. But back then, when we got 13.2, we weren't even sure that there was going to be a third part. So when 13 ended in the way it ended, it was like, what? And the whole plot, until you get the third game and you realize that the game is meant to play like Stormblood is meant to play, as a bridge between expansions, or in this case as games. And I mean, I've come to appreciate Stormblood more after getting Shadowbringers, because I go, oh, so this is where we were aiming to. It was the means to the end. And 13.2 gets a bit of that. You can go that way.
Like, I just got confused by the destination marker being there, and then it moved when I got there.
You have to go the opposite way of the destination mark, because the destination mark is pointing you to where's the next MSQ point, but you're going the opposite direction. So this time you have to tell the direction mark to screw it. No, you were going the right way. Go that. You have to turn around.
Okay, so I will continue going down to the death birds down here and the red flans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'm a bit behind of you, but it's really fine.
I hate everything over here. I don't want to be here. I want to go back to the one that gives me 2,000 Crystarium points per fight. That's where I want to be.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why I told you that grinding is appreciated here.
Zental says, I'm willing to test my intuition against your experience, Meowth.
That's great. But, I mean, it's perfectly fine, because most of these things, when it comes to... I'm going to straight up talk about Hope's story, and most of it you will get that from... most of that you will get by, not exactly intuition, but it plays a big part. you know, because the game doesn't speak to you about his story from. He tells you his story, but does it in a way that you have to do the work. So that's. I mean, the novel helps a lot actually, but in game per se, you're not going to. It's not going to be told to you. And that's why, but the thing is, Line Returns relies so much on this thing. The game itself makes sense, if only because there's just one massive localization mistake that just... If they make a remake of the trilogy, that... my personal opinion is that it is a must to be addressed. It's a...
Man, I am really, really happy that all of these Cocoonian stores deliver to us. That is fantastic.
I mean, doesn't really make much sense, and unless you're willing to believe that Barthandelus put these things down there because he wants you to get stronger.
I absolutely do. He has been the best. So thank you, Barthandelus. He is looking out for us, just trying to make sure that we are ready for when we get dropped on Super Australia, that we don't get absolutely massacred when we get down here. So Barthandelus, thank you. He has been the man looking out for us this whole time.
The MVP of 13.
He really is. Like I can't shout out to him enough. He's awesome.
Oh, kudos to Space Pope. So yeah, I was saying something. Yeah. The thing with Line Returns is, I mean, I will go over that when we get there. I know I tend to say this. We get there when we get there, but I tend to get ahead of myself just because it's like, what can you expect from the game that ties everything up, you know?
So I think it would be worth talking about Fabulous Nova Crystals as a whole.
Yes.
To basically kind of give an overview of what it was intended to be.
The thing is, I plan to stream myself Type 0, but I actually plan to do the lore dive run myself. But maybe I should save Type 0 for the channel for the LoreLines stream.
I mean, I'm definitely going to be playing through it as well. So
I mean,
I don't know if you just want to go through it.
Maybe the thing is, I'm grateful enough to have Type 0 on, like, still part of the Fabula Nova Crystallis series, because I'm still salty about having been robbed of Versus 13.
I'm not. Although I am salty that, 15, for those who have played it, has a fantastic storyline told in what is quite possibly the worst possible way.
I mean, 15 is all the things you should not do when developing a video game, like changing.
I mean, yeah, number one, give Nomura the head project lead.
Exactly. That too. Like, I mean, I will give Nomura that Strangers of Paradise, sorry, holds up fairly well because he had to stick to Final Fantasy 1.
Yeah, when he's doing like things that are already done, he's fine. But when he's doing his own thing, he gets so many ideas and meanders, and he doesn't have a clear vision of what he wants, so he keeps changing it.
Yeah,
but as a character designer, he is amazing.
Yes,
I
mean, I'm a concept artist, and I consider that my opinion on Nomura is he is a great concept artist, illustrator, top tier, god tier level. If only too fond of belts, but that's fine. But I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's just that I look at from the characters of 10. I look at Lulu and I pity the poor 3D character modulator that had to translate that skirt of belts into a 3D model.
Oh, I do not pity them at all because we got Lulu, so They're getting paid to be miserable. I'm good with that. I benefit greatly.
It's just that from a concept artist viewpoint, one of the lessons we're taught is please bear in mind that what you do is going to in practice, and it's going to have to be translated, ported into a 3D model by someone else. So please don't be their nightmare.
So I don't think about it from that angle. I think.
I mean.
So I literally dropped the controller as soon as I started talking and staggered this thing, and I'm just like, fuck. No, but I don't think about it from that perspective. I think about it from the cosplayer perspective, where they're just like sitting there designing the character like, hey, fuck you.
Yes, I mean, cosplaying designers go through the same fuck you mindset regarding concept artists as 3D modelers do. And these
fucking assholes.
These things hate Hope. But anyways,
they know they love Hope. They want to eat Hope. He's the small one.
I'm not going to make comments on that. And I was trying to say something, and I lost my place again. And I think you're going the wrong way, or maybe not. Check the map. I'm
going the way you told me to go. But no, we were talking about character designs and cosplay.
Yeah. So basically, cosplayers go through the same "fuck you" mindset that 3D modelers go have towards concept artists, and it's like because you have to build the thing yourself, and then you start going at the details, and it's like
And concept art doesn't always translate into real life at all.
I do a lot of concept myself, but at the same time, I do concepts of already concepts, conception, and of course, when I do concept of the 13th trilogy, there are some characters in which I curse. First, I curse whoever designed them, and second, I curse myself because in which moment I decided that drawing this myself would be a good idea. But yeah.
Yeah. Zental says they tried to post Lulu fan art from Facebook earlier, but they weren't allowed. I don't want to see your lewd Facebook fan group art. Of course, if it's Lulu, I do want to see your lewd Facebook fan art.
I mean, praise Jevon. But I was, I don't know, I think I lost my, I was saying something. So yeah.
You were talking about when you were doing concept art, how you curse the designers sometimes.
Sometimes, it's a way of putting it.
All the time.
Depends on the character. For example, I'm not sure how much I can talk about this, but...
you can always post it in the Discord.
True. I was going. There's one thing. Though this is hardly a spoiler, anyways, because I share my art on that. But I train myself hard when. So yeah, basically try going.
I really want to go for this mission mark. I see it. It's right here.
Okay.
But then I have to go through this area. I don't want to go through there. Oh wait, yes I do. I want to go there.
Have you gone through the other area?
I don't know.
Move the map through to the right. Okay. My memory's kind of failing me. Go upwards. So that's. You go through this save point. You go through that. You go through that. You should be going. East. And you're going.
Okay.
I think because the mark is pointing you. Oh, I don't have my map right now, and the Yasha's Massif. I admit that the Yasha's Massif tends to confuse me a lot. Because I'm not. Really...
Yes, the Grand Mastiffs confuse me too. It's okay.
So. I think you're going the right way. So keep going that way. You're going north right now. Like I see your mark point, and you should be going that way. Keep going that way. Like try to go eastward. If
these are the assholes that killed me earlier.
Yeah.
So this is gonna take me east, but it's gonna take me northeast.
Exactly. I'm seeing an elegant node a bit ahead that you haven't touched, so that's the right way.
Yeah, these guys are as far as I've been.
Okay, so keep going that way just to get that. I was going to say something. I'm sorry. My brain is right now trying to think. I was going about. I trained myself hard on drawing lightning returns hope. Because of the subtleties, which I don't really want to go over it exactly, but it's.
We'll go over that when we get there.
We'll go over that because I will have to explain that because people tend to, like I said, judge a book by the cover, and that's the worst thing you can do in Lightning Returns concerning Hope. But that's why his character is so fascinating. I mean, from a lore diver analyst standpoint, Hope can be either like your wet dream or your worst nightmare. And
wow. I wonder which it is for you.
Both.
Wow. Okay.
I'm not saying wet dream in that sense. I'm mostly that it's fascinating to go over something so delightfully complex, but sometimes because it's so complex, it makes you just want to shake the developers and make them spell it out. What's the real truth in all of this? And they would probably tell you that it's on you because that's the spirit of hope.
God fucking damn! I hate that. When Yoshi P was like, I will just leave it up to your interpretation. No!
I like having things left to interpretation because sometimes imagination goes blur, but I like having things left to interpretation for a time.
Yeah. And Sental, so I can address it. Sental says, Jesus Meowth, he's a kid. But if I'm correct, then by like Lightning Returns, he's like what, 2,000 something years old?
By 13.2, you're not going to think of Hope as a kid anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like I've seen 13.2 Hope. He's a very adult, wears a suit, and is very manly.
Well, he's still the shortest of the crew, which is amusing. Sorry, the shortest of the male side of the crew. It's like the face when you grow up like 30 centimeters. I speak centimeters. Fuck you, America. But like you grow 30 centimeters and you're still the shortest of the male side of the crew. And you're as scrawny as you were, which is amusing because I work with this model because I study the thing, and when one realizes that when you mention the suit, and the suit is designed to sort of make him look a bit broader in the shoulders and overall, but then you realize that it's actually tailored that way, that under that Hope is still just the physique you would expect from a nerd.
Okay, so when we get there, I have to do this. I'm gonna be like, nerd. I have to. You've doomed Hope to this fate.
Nah,
This is your fault. You did this.
I mean, I'm laughing because we've in one of the other servers with people I've known for like 10 years from the 13 fandom. We discussed one of my personal projects, and it's mostly about Hope and post-line return scenery. And of course I have to draw my own art because it's my project and no one is going to do it. But I pay attention to the details, and there was something about one of the portraits I drew about the way I drew Hope's eyes. For those who don't know, likely Cobb can just imagine it because he's seen. You could just summon Odin, fuck them, you know. But
yeah, no.
But anyways, I was going to say, whenever I draw portraits, or in general, but most pointedly when I draw portraits, one of the focuses I draw, I do some visual tricks to draw the attention of the viewer's eyes, to the eyes of the character. I mean. I don't know if you know this, but when it comes to expression, especially, I come from a bit of a comic background. Just a change in the eyes and especially the eyebrows can change the entire vibe of the expression, and that's why I focus so much on drawing eyes and learning how to do it. And with Hope, it's really poignant and it's really telling. In his line returns incarnation, how you draw the eyes. It's a part of the whole ensemble, but it's a very important part. And all of this was coming from, I had people, there was a really on point explanation that it was about what Hope's gaze conveyed in that drawing, and it was the explanation short, it was like, on the surface, he's like an unthreatening nerd until you look at the eyes and it's like, oh fuck.
Yeah, he's seen some shit.
And it's like, that's actually accurate, and there's no denying that Hope has a really nerdy side of him. So yeah, I mean, there's no denying that. I mean, it's not exactly dooming Hope. It's just what you would expect.
Let's ride.
I would suggest at some point, because yes, that's my entire reasoning. Because yes. To unleash the Great Wall of Fuck You on some unsuspecting enemies.
I was just thinking about doing that. I was like, can you switch leader mid-fight?
No.
The storm is here.
You can do that in 13.2, but not here.
Until next time.
But yeah, I mean, I would suggest, the Great Wall of Fuck You. Once you have three tactic points to summon. I was going to ask, you're using synergies? Yes, you're using synergies. The thing is that the fucking plant things are debuffing you constantly.
Exactly.
I hate these guys. And
they're the worst.
And regrettably, they're in line returns too.
Change of plan.
Don't tell me that. You're not. Oh my god, really?
They're less annoying language translator.
Time for another.
Clearly, I should have waited to summon.
Yeah.
Alright, I need a minute. I'll be right back.
Oh, F. Okay.
And so it ends.
So I'm left here, I take. Excuse me, I'm just opening Twitch on the phone just to check if there's any comment. Maybe not, maybe Cobra turns. But yes. I guess apologies for the rambling. I just like to go off on this trilogy and brain go burr, and especially when it concerns Hope, it's beyond my capabilities of restraining myself. And there's so much I want to talk about, and I can't because of spoilers. And it's like, don't go over that, don't go over that. Fuck, I have to mention this.
All right, I'm back. Meowth, how many nickels did you make from dancing?
What?
How many nickels did you make from dancing?
From dancing?
Yeah, you're supposed to be dancing for nickels while I was gone.
Has Vanille possessed you to tell me
No.
a lie? Liar. I have too much of Hope spirit inside me. You can't fool me.
Well, next time, you shall dance for nickels.
Not happening. And you're going the wrong way. You have to go. I know you don't want to.
Oh,
cross.
now you tell me that.
I mean you have to go past this. Well, you got a preemptive. Kill the fucking Triffids first.
Keep a cool head.
I mean,
I'm going the way you told me to go.
no, you have to keep going towards, once you're outside battle, keep going towards the elegant node.
Yeah, that was the way I've been going.
Yeah. I go with a bit of delay. I thought that you were changing. You were facing the other side.
Oh.
So apologies for that.
Fucking Triffid fucker, fucking die.
Kill it. There you go. Now you only have the flam. The flam by itself is not the problem. The problem is the Triffids meddling with the debuffs.
Yeah, the flan's not that bad.
Oh, you got your 5 tactical points there back. That sounds like Great Wall of fuck you to me.
If only Hope was the leader.
If only Hope was the leader. Isn't this thing weak to fire, I recall? Because if Hope got the right idea, he couldn't fire. If you change to Ravager and get Hope shouldn't fire you. Which makes things easier, of course. Nah, but it's fine. I mean, I'm a bit behind.
All I see are just like yellow numbers
Yes.
all on top of each other.
I'm,
I love those 5-digit numbers Hope's putting out.
I mean, Lightning and Frank going still 4-digit and Hope just 16k.
You know, I may hate these Triffids a lot, but I really like the Crystarian points they put up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know the thing that actually Yasha's Massif's theme is not that one of the highlights of 13's OST, but it's so catchy.
I was about to say, it's just very calm and jazzy, and I'm just like, this is not what I expected. I expected like the Velt from Final Fantasy VI, because that's what this reminds me of. Versus this wild savage land where you can just throw a young boy at a monster and watch it run away with him, and he comes back and he knows everything the monster knows.
You're going the right way, but yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes the different heights paths confuse me over the different paths confuse me. Thank goodness 13-2 Yasha's Massif doesn't have the height difference tricks.
Oh, well, thank God this is a hallway game.
Yes. Goblins. Great.
Did you say goblins?
I said goblins with G.
I was like, are we going back to Copperbell? Is that what's happening now?
We don't have goblins in 13.
Thank God, because those things are like hentai nightmare fuel.
You're leveling Ravager, right? Yeah. Let me check the tree. See how far you are from for Hope's Ravager tree. Let me see how far you are from the big boom. The big boom spells. And maybe you can put him for a moment in the... Actually, it would be a good moment for him if you want to unleash the Great Wall. Oh, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to see.
Oh, this is gonna be the goal right here. Oh my God, this is it.
You're seeing all the magic notes, and I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you salivating.
No, I'm like, my boy. Look how my boy massacres.
So it's if you want to unleash the Great Wall of Fuck You on the goblins, it's a good moment to do it. I mean, you can slaughter them if you want with Hope. They're not that dangerous. You don't have to change them in paradigms.
I'm just gonna have him casually walk up to them. How do you do, fellow goblins?
If you get a point...
Why are they running away? Do they know he has, like, big fuck you magic?
I mean, they should, for their own integrity.
Why do they have holes in their chests?
Anyways, go for it.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Time to go forward and back.
I love that summoning sequence. It's so great. Forward and back, and then forward and back.
Clank, clink, whir, whiz, and...
Need your help, big guy.
I think you're going to like Alexander's Gestalt mode.
I'm assuming it's just a giant area-wide laser beam that just fucks everything. And oh my god, his Gestalt bar goes up so fast. Holy shit. It's already full. Look at that.
I mean, Hope being a default Ravager, so to speak, kind of. I mean, main Excel job is medic, but...
Let's just go into fuck you mode right now.
Yeah.
Okay, let me up.
The great wall of fuck you. I'm just going to sip tea here.
Okay, let's...
And I know you...
Purify the non-believer.
And I maybe ask much of that, but I love the detail on that when Hope, because Hope controls Alexander. Well, controls. He's giving commands to Alexander, but if you notice his movements, you will notice that he's actually with the hand. The moment he tells Alexander go, stop, he's making all those great little hand gestures, and there we go. Oh, divine
Well, he's so
judgment.
friendly. He's like, see you next time. Please come again.
See you next time.
Everything's just dead.
To be fair, I have to say, you didn't even get a stagger. And if you get to stagger the enemies with or when they're staggered, you get divine judgment on them. The damage level, I have seen divine judgment in early, not so grindy Hope go up to 50k over. I actually have seen it go over 100k. Like, I mean, in the status thing, you can check the Eidolons status. They have this in the status menu. You can check both the character status and the Eidolons strength and magic. And if you check that, it's like, welp.
I think it's about time we upgrade this Weapon of Hopes a little bit more.
Or maybe you can upgrade the accessory, the Shaman's Mark, more magic. Depends. I mean, I'm up for upgrading the Eagle Talon. You have a +2, which is fine.
Oh, it didn't go away. Awesome.
I mean, it stays until you consume the X bonus, so to speak.
That is far less terrifying than I was led to believe.
Mm-hmm.
I figured as soon as, you go out of this menu, the bonus goes away.
Nope. You can build it, and then when you have the correct items, unleash it. That's how you upgrade things, actually.
That's not too bad. Okay, so I completely misunderstood how upgrades work in this game.
It's fine. Okay. There you go. I kind of felt you like, why it's like +2 all of a sudden.
It's like, I need my +3.
So basically, if you want to, I mean, the game later gives you the chance to return to Grandpa's. How I was going to say, there's different zones in Grandpa's in which you can farm from different items. If you want to farm for a catalyst, that is monster parts, so to speak, Archil's Step, Yasha's Massive work well, and Tajin Tower and Mahabharata Subterra are the ones that work best for components like the big experience ones. Basically because it's robots, and robots tends to drop the mechanical parts.
That makes sense. It's Final Fantasy VIII Esquio. Where is this Shaman's bracelet?
Up there. You have equipped Shaman's Mark level 4. To the left and down.
Aha! I actually don't have any good things, but it's at level 2. I can get it to level 3, and when I come back...
True.
I can do the thing.
Sounds like a good plan. To be honest, I mean, usually I personally tend to build Hope a bit more defensively, because when you get him as a leader, you need a bit of HP just to not be demolished. But since you're running with Lightning as leader, you have more leeway in the sense of building Hope as a fucking magic monster machine.
See, I just really, really miss stealing people's paychecks on Grand Pulse. There's no one getting paid down here, and I don't have a ton of money. And even though, you know, Uber Eats delivers down here,
people don't get paid in Australia.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Like, it's a savage place that doesn't believe in money.
So I'm not sure about the map. Yeah, keep going that way. You kill the goblins. Well, munchkins.
Yeah, I kind of want to go to the right, but something tells me that that's big fuck you die area.
I'm not sure.
Which means I definitely want to go there. I'm gonna go that way.
You can go both ways. I don't recall what was the difference. You can always come back to the main area, to the splitting zone.
Oh, look, it is big fuck you die area.
Yeah. I mean, you can ignore them if you want, but. Oh, okay, they're guarding the...
Oh, that's not so bad.
They're guarding the elegant node, okay. No, it's not so bad. And it's got a big dragon wyvern thing. It's fine.
Thanks.
I really, really, really want you to get Hope to get the high level spells, because they're not just powerful, they're AoE, and for demolishing these fucking things, he would be just blasting these things to death.
Oh, I'm working towards it. Now that I know that I'm like right there. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Let's fucking kill everything.
I'm just here sitting thinking of, I mean, it's, right now it's not efficient to build Hope as a commando, because you want him to get the high level spells, so you have to keep working on the Ravager branch.
Yep.
I'm just thinking of what I have done with Hope as a Commando, the levels, the numbers I've gotten with Rin and Ringa, which I mean it's the only spells he gets, but he doesn't need anything else.
I mean, those are gonna be some hard-hitting spells.
Lightning will get Ringa eventually. Fang, I think she does too. Lightning Ringa hits well enough because her magic stat is good. I mean, she works for everything. She's not the best of it. She's not the best in her stats, but she's good in both. So that's what makes Lightning such an efficient character, because you can have her in pretty much any role. But I going back to Hope's levels of damage. Like I've gone Cerberus, which is the commando meltdown per excellency paradigm. Oh god.
So what's the triple synergist paradigm?
I don't recall. I once had a...
Because no one ever uses it, but I'm curious because I kind of want to try it.
No, don't be fooled. You can... a triple synergist paradigm, I've seen it used in really specific runs, and it's a great way. If you're using the correct characters, it's a great way to, like, in 2 seconds, get all the buffs set. Give like
True, it does make things faster. I could see that for sure.
I mean, perhaps it's not the most efficient paradigm, but it has its uses. But we're talking a bit of...
I really dislike the camera in Dragon Balls.
But to be fair, some of these, let's say, odd paradigms come in handy in endgame content, like post-thing content, high-end things, missions, the like usually in Final Fantasy. But
Right.
But some of them are really interesting, and to an extent, I'm kind of locked out of some of them because, like I said, having Hope lead is very restrictive in the sense that you don't get to experiment much because your priority is not experimenting, your priority is to keep Hope from dying.
Right.
So in a sense, I guess the game has made me plan my things on advance, also play a bit defensively, and also to go for the safest paradigm set instead of going a bit more experimental. And sometimes the experimental here is like you find a paradigm that works fucking well, and it's like, oh god, why didn't know this before? And the reason in my case is because I don't get to experiment much. But I mean,
makes sense.
But in your case, you can because you have more, like I said, more Lightning, Hope, and Fang in the setup with her or Fang as a leader gives you more room. I mean, Lightning as a leader usually works well, but she's still the second lowest HP of the crew. While if you lead with Fang, she's the second highest. So sorry. Second highest is Sass, but he doesn't have the Sentinel role as main. So Fang is third best HP. Of course, the highest...
I still have heard precious little of these cats you were talking about.
What?
Those kittens you have.
Yeah, they're...
Welcome back, Rhapsodic. We were talking about wacky paradigms.
Yeah, and the cats are asleep, so, and they are going to one of the less like a fresh spot on my living room because I got I got the air, but still fucking hit. here. Fucking hot. Anyways, I mean, if they got, if Sandra was earlier saying that in the UK they were at night 25 degrees Celsius, I dread to think what's like in here right now.
Yeah, I've heard it's really hot in Europe right now compared to what they're used to.
I mean,
Meanwhile, it's the same here.
Yeah, but you're not. I don't know to what extent you get the effects of away from right the desert in your neighborhood, a wave of a heat wave from your neighboring desert. Like,
So I will say that the hurricanes we get in Florida are a direct result because of the Sahara winds. So quite a bit.
well, I mean, to be fair, sometimes the way I don't know exactly how the fuck we ended up discussing meteorology. That's fine. Sometimes the currents, the wind currents, and it's actually quite fascinating. I know a bit of how sea currents affect the winds and stuff, and it's wild to think that something from like the other sea of the ocean affects that way the other side.
Yeah.
But that's how it is, actually. So yeah, but yeah, I don't know how exactly we end up discussing meteorologics.
Yeah, I don't know. I got stuck on someone saying we don't have air conditioning in the UK, and
That
I was
was
like,
that was sense.
what?
To be fair, they're not used to having to use that.
If I'm not mistaken, 23 degrees Celsius is actually pretty nice.
I've been. This was 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Yeah, 10 years ago. I spent 3 weeks on Dublin, Ireland. And it was crazy that it was summer, it was August, and it was somewhat cold in the night, and that was a completely unknown concept to me, like cold in August in the night. Like cold.
I mean, August is the hottest month of the year here.
And
So right now it's like 35 Celsius, and that's normal.
I mean, we've been there. That's normal temperature here in summer, regrettably. Though.
Me either, Rhapsodic. I don't know. I had to convert it all.
Yeah, because
I know negative 40. That's what I know. That's an easy conversion.
I mean, the only thing that America does, like the rest of the world, is driving on the right side of the road, and then there's the UK.
You mean the correct side of the road?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the only thing America does how it's supposed to be, and your ancestors still do it wrong.
Yeah, it's because we were like, no, we're going to do everything different over here because we are America. And so, we came up with a different accent and drove on the wrong side of the road just to say, sticking it to the man.
I mean, probably but the American accent is a bit... people think it's the original English accent. It's a bit of a mix of the original British accent and an Irish accent, because you guys have a lot of Irish ancestry.
Yeah, we do. And the American accent is basically derived from when the UK used rhotic R's.
And when it comes to Australia, there was actually a study that suggested... No,
I want ruin. Give me the...
F. was a study that suggested that Australian accent derived from the mostly drunk people slur, because if you don't know, Australia was basically where when America got independence, the UK was left with a place to kick their criminals, so they sent them to Australia.
Yep. Yeah, send them to Botany Bay. If the wildlife doesn't kill them, then they'll make a country of their own.
And they survived and made Australia.
And they did, and they thrived, and then they hid behind their wildlife, and they've been there ever since.
And it's like, and and there was this kind of study that suggested that Australian accent came from drunkard slur, and I've seen people from Australia kind of want to argue with that, but like,
I like that theory though.
Actually, they feel that I've seen people thinking, well, I've seen people commenting on that sort of studies, like Australian people saying, I would want to argue about that, but then I recall that from my mother's side we descend from an axe murderer, and from my father's side a guy stole like 15 horses. So.
Oh my god. Rhapsodic says, we didn't come up with a new accent. They changed theirs to not sound like us because we're the poors, which is true. They just kind of wanted to sound fancy, so they dropped their R's. And Sental says, hang on, America wanted to be a religious state, unlike us. And we realized that was a mistake. So here we are.
Well, yeah, I mean, not going into religion itself, but the Anglican Church is really interesting in the sense that, I mean, it's proper. But the origins of the Anglican Church, they're amazing in the sense that it was basically a king wanting to divorce. The church wouldn't let him, and he was like, "Screw you guys! I'm divorcing and making my own church."
And damn those Ongs and their English.
Mm-hmm. And basically, yeah, and it's really interesting. The Anglican Church is it's really interesting. I mean, I study religions because, well, mostly because symbolism and because video games tend to be laden with religions. After all,
Japanese video games in particular. I do not study religions because, yeah.
I mean, you have to consider Lightning Returns is from a. I'm not a believer of any religion myself, but.
You mean you don't believe in the flying spaghetti monster? Who are you?
It would be kind of difficult to explain what I believe in, because I just kind of sort of make my own belief, so to speak. So, I'm spiritual in a weird sense, because at the same time I'm really pragmatic. I don't really practice anything, but I have my own set of beliefs. It's just that I don't really pay that much attention, you know. It's important, but it's more like on a secondary level. But I'm not speaking about that anyway. I mean, who cares? So I don't know what these guys are doing, but.
Yep, that's absolutely correct, Zental. Henry VIII made his own church with beheading and hookers.
Mm-hmm. True.
He's like, you don't want to let me divorce my wives? We'll make our own church with blackjack and hookers.
I mean, ironically, the Anglican Church has evolved in terms of being up with the times, so to speak. Has evolved quicker than other branches like Catholic or Orthodox, which is amusing. Like, for example...
So I will say, I know today was intended... I'm sorry to segue back to the game. I know today was intended to be a grinding session, but I'm sitting here and I'm just thinking, I'm just trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be going and just killing everything along the way, and it's just kind of working out that way. So that's good.
It's fine. I mean, at the same time, I just hear rambling. I have no problem rambling away.
No, please, by all means, ramble away.
Serves me as warm up as for what we have on the store for like Wednesday. We decided. We still have to polish the details. We'll tell you later. But
yes, details need to be polished. There's no details right now.
yeah, we got the idea. The summoner bastards. I was going to say something. Oh yes, I was talking about the Anglican Church. It's kind of interesting because as of now, I think the Anglican Church, if I recall correctly, they already have a female priestess. Priestesses going, I mean, officiate, presiding mass, which is something that Catholic and Orthodox, I think they don't do yet. So I think the Anglican Church, like 2 years ago, named their first female bishop, which I mean, considering
nice.
Considering the church being, there was one Anglican priest that said something like the church is like a slow turning ship, but it does turn, and it's right. I mean, it's actually true. But as it happens with beliefs, because it's a belief and you kind of hold into that, for religions it takes like a bit longer in some terms, but I'm confident that eventually they will reach that. They will eventually.
Oh, this motherfucker.
Oh. Well.
Interrupt.
Thanks. Thank goodness. Okay. So. Like, if you see that thing building, it's like, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck. But the thing I was going for, like, because Line Returns, if you're like a Catholic, at least like if you have a Catholic upbringing and you know the stories, Line Returns is like, you're not very subtle with the Christianism. I say Christian because
I mean, Final Fantasy never has been, or rather, Japan never has been.
To be fair, I mean, 13 there's a lot of Norse mythology, but also Line Returns takes a lot of well, it's basic the core argument, the core plot. I can't describe it right now, but when we get to Line Returns, I will use the line that describes Line Returns plot. Like, it's just one line and describes it, and it's based on that. But I make the distinction. I usually tend to. It's important to keep the distinction when I talk about Christianism. It's important to keep the distinction between different branches, because it's not the same. When we speak of Christianism, it's not the same as ancient Christianism, Catholicism, Protestantism, Orthodox, and Anglican. There's not, the doctrines are different, and sometimes the scriptures they take as valid most times are not the same. So you have to keep that on. Like, when people have a very strict mind on what Christianism is, and it's like, they pause for a moment because it's not as simple. But basically,
I don't get why they always try and run away.
They know that their death is the only thing awaiting them. So when I can tell you that what the branch we're going to be dealing with in Line Returns is Gnosticism, which is quite interesting. It's a take between. Imagine it like you can imagine it like some sort of a struggle between Catholicism and Gnosticism. It's very interesting.
And here I thought we were going to be going headlong into Zoroastrianism.
That would be a whole different, but Zoroastrianism, I think it's not exactly. It's not related to Christianism. exactly.
I mean, the virgin impregnating yourself in the lake,
Yeah,
and
I'm
becoming pregnant. That's kind of.
yeah, true. I mean, to be fair, all these things, these branches kind of come from Middle East, so it's natural that they're going to influence each other. It's like even Christianism and Islam and Judaism drinking pretty much from the same base. It all comes from Middle East actually, and Zoroastrianism is like that area too, that part of the world too. So it's kind of yeah. You're going around the wrong way. Yeah, that's follow the destination mark. Now you
How
should
dare
follow.
this flip the map on me?
Exactly. So I was saying something. So yeah, that's the thing in line returns. And I don't recall where I was going from.
Man, I love this corridor. It's just full of goblins, and they drop so many Crystarian points. And now there's a super goblin.
It's a super goblin, but at the same time, the super goblin just buffs the other goblins. I mean, which is annoying, but.
Well then,
I was going to say something.
I guess I'll just have to go commando.
Where's my place? What was I trying to say? Ah, yes. Now, so you have to consider that for Japan, Christianism is not so much I mean, they know it's a religion, but it's not so much a religion as it is another set of mythology to draw from.
Exactly. It's exotic.
For them it is, and they actually explore it very well. Very interesting, because here in the West, because it's more considered like, a religion and for believers, takes on Christianism can be considered a bit polemic. I think we've grown past that, but Lightning Returns got a harsh end of the stick of censorship a bit because of that.
Yeah, it was that era.
It was that era. Yeah.
Repsodic says Goblin Enhancement is an excellent attack name. Come on, UCP, let me Goblin Enhance myself as a blue mage.
It's great, yes. But yeah, and Lightning Returns got. Sometimes I wonder if their localization mistake was just a maneuver to just try to appease the censors in a sense. Because in the West there's so many ways Lightning Returns ticket could trigger people like the censors, but anyway, we'll get there. And
No, I gotta say, this is weird. When we were young, we were always taught that.
And you were right. They're here.
Demons of Cthulhu. And look at us now, waltzing back into Erba, with the very people we were chosen to take up arms against.
Yeah, back then we never would have helped you guys. Oh,
Well, right. Back then is when you got your first focus, so...
right. We already talked a bit about that, huh?
A little bit.
Must have been centuries ago now, when me and Fang joined the battle against Cocoon. During the fight, I became Ragnarok and cracked Cocoon's shell.
That's,
Wow, so Vanille killed all those people back then too.
They're all pretty fuzzy.
Cocoon's version of the War of Transgression around what you two did.
I didn't do anything. I just got turned to crystal, and I can't even remember why that happened. Don't even have the memories to show for it.
It's all my fault. So many people died because of me.
It's over.
those souls can rest.
So, Meowth, I have to ask.
What?
If they did so well against Cocoon in the War of Transgression, why is Cocoon like this? Or why is Grand Pulse like this now?
You'll learn about that eventually. And in this game, don't worry. Also, this is a very interesting place that you arrived, which is the ruins of the city of Padua. Very interesting in the sense that this place is going to be quite relevant in 13.2.
Ah, something annoying descends from the sky.
Yeah. Flying Sith.
Oh. Did everyone on Grand Pulse essentially get turned into Lassie?
Not everyone, but a fair share of them did.
Nah, that sucks.
You can consider it a bit of... because Fang and Vanille failed to... I can tell you this much at least. Because Fang and Vanille failed to destroy Cocoon during the War of Transgression and were essentially ended up on Cocoon themselves when alongside the Pulse Vestige, which is Falsi Anima. That ended up causing the Pulse Falsi keep trying and, well, didn't really work, as you can see. So perhaps you can even say that it's it's not exactly Fang and Vanille's fault, but you know.
You're right, it's not Fang and Vanille's fault. It's just Vanille's fault.
So yeah, these are the ruins of Padua, really relevant place for next game. There's the cutscene here, which is of course lore important, but there's also the other reason I wanted to sort of bring you here was because of the relevance of this place in the coming game. So yeah. But I couldn't tell you that, of course, until you reach this place.
Yeah. Zental says, wait, Vanille can fly now? She could always fly. She's a demon. She's got big leathery bat wings heading somewhere.
Well, she spoke of Ragnarok, and we know from what we're told that Ragnarok is the beast form LSC can take him. You can imagine
so she
that.
just straight up admitted that she not only is evil, but she has a final form. So she is literally on her way to being the last boss of the game.
I just keep my mouth shut for the time.
Time for another approach.
So now you can actually go back, retrace the path, and go back to the Archilta step.
No, I don't want to reconstruct my nightmare.
I mean, I say it because there's no other way around this place, so you have to return to the Archilta step. You have to just go back.
Can't I just go through this place?
No, it's at the end.
Well, it's nice that I'm here.
But it's fine. I mean, it's fine because it's more. It gives you more opportunities to, build Crusading points.
Keep the enemy off balance.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
We gotta build the Crystarium for Rahatia so we can complete its focus and turn into crystal, and I can only imagine what your reaction was to that scene.
To be fair, the whole thing... How should I put this? Learning about Soldier's nature and Olympus being the... Well... Soldier in a sense is the original Elder Primal of Hope. So that combined with certain other circumstances, and then Rahatia, and then the Word of Light fight, and then some other things, just 5.3, and then there's one thing that was lost in translation not lost in translation. Back then they didn't have a reason for referencing that, but it is in the Japanese script of Line Returns. But
I did Rhapsodic. I did. It was amazing. Rhapsodic asked if I got to use the giant wall of fuck you. How did I not get preemptive strike?
Because the flying thing saw you.
Bullshit.
Ruinga, baby. So you imagine that, but with hope. That's what
I want more.
That's what his commander role does.
No, Ruinga, why?
I mean, it adapts because it's more... Ringa's kind of AoE, so it kind of adapts if the enemies are close enough. Or if it's just a big waste of...
Oh, now I know why you're freaking out about the Opera Omnia. It's just Ruinga.
No, that was War Divisions.
Yes, War Divisions, I'm sorry.
So I was freaking out in the sense of... so, to explain... there's the 13 collaboration coming up September, Brave Exodus War Divisions. I have to say that Hope is the free unit gifted to everyone. It's free. He's the free unit. He's given to players free. You don't have to draw for him in the rolls in the drawers. So like I said, it's saved me from having to spend both of my kidneys on Lightning Hope, and I am going to try to lock my way into Snow. But there's the characters shots that they're shown for how the Hope, Lightning, and Snow play in game, and you see Lightning and Snow, like you see the models and doing their thing, and then the character shot I got for Hope is just big, massive ruined explosion. It's like, honestly, I don't really need anything else to better explain Hope, but big damage explosion.
Anger and destruction, and he's a good boy.
Yes. Doesn't mean that doesn't mean that he's bad, but the thing that baffles me is that people fail so hard to grasp Hope's.
Speak for yourself saying he's not bad. He's bad to the bone.
He's complicated.
I am gonna take a break to eat in just a minute.
I actually need to eat something or drink something at least.
I have more vodka. I could drink vodka.
Great, now you're bringing back all the vodka memes with Lightning from 10 years ago.
I was never exposed to these. I need to know more.
kind of an old run. It's like an old 10 years ago.
I don't care if it's old. It's new to me.
So basically, I think this all stem from 13.2. Basically, making kind of a ship joke like lightning slash vodka, because of all the shit she has to put through. So that was the origin, and then in Lightning Returns, there's a quest of Lightning having to get booze for a pyrotechnician, and going. There's a reason for why he asks you for the wine, and you have Lightning saying something along the lines of, "Well, if I can deal with having to do this, I can always get myself a bottle of this thing and join the pyrotechnician." He was like, "Fuck." You know, when
That sounds like the best quest ever.
I mean, that quest is inside one of the main quests, which is great. And the main quest in question is just great. And it's also hope in, I call how should I call it? I call that Hope Unleashed, because he's so great in that quest. Amazing. But I don't really want to get ahead of myself in that quest in particular, because it's best when you get to it not expecting anything, because it's the effects really later. But like I said, I comment on this. I can't get ahead of myself. I invest myself for time to it. That in Lightning Returns, people fail a lot of times to appreciate hope, because there's a number of ways in which you can accidentally get interrupted. I will, of course, warn you about these. Try to prevent. I have my ways to prevent that. And second, because people just don't know how to. They do know how to, but they choose not to. Stop and listen. Because most of the core of the game it's kind of overworld conversation banter and failing to stop and listen to that, you're missing like 70% of this game's dialogue, which is actually,
so it's like 15.
Kind of, yes. And it's Lightning and Hope's banter, and it's magnificent. Imagine those two 24/7, so to speak. That's conversing throughout Lightning Returns. That's 70% of the game. 70% of the game's dialogue is Lightning and Hope's banter. It's amazing.
Can't wait.
So that's why I think it was yesterday saying on Discord that you bet your ass I'm going to make you stop and listen and and take measures to get as many instances of conversation as possible. Not just because of myself, but because if you're here to enjoy the game, make sure that you're doing it right, you know?
Right. After this fight, I'm going to take a break for like 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
And then we will keep going.
Fine by me. I had to get something to eat myself, so.
So some of you who are still left might notice that we're going a little bit later. My work schedule has changed, and I'll be working overnights, so I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule. So I'm going to be going later than normal, and when I do a full reset, we're going to finish this game, either tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm planning to do like a 13-hour stream.
Yes. But we kind of have to adjust the details just so I can be here for the ride. because we're like 6 hours apart, and I can pull an all-nighter, but because of my medication, I can't really do past.
Yes.
I can at my end I can do past 7 a.m. Like 7 a.m. is kind of my limit. Before it's my limit. If I don't want my sleep schedule to be more fucked up than it already is.
All right. I'm gonna take a break now. I will be back.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up a waiting room. Let's see if I have something.
Okay, I will be back.
Okay. I'll be back too in a moment.
And I'm back. Rhapsodic, we can summon it again. It's probably Meowth eating. Meowth is muted. I know nobody heard me eating because I pushed a duck and I was in another room. It's true, the VOD has all the highlights and everything that happens here. It's just not live. So if you talk to me during the VOD, I won't respond.
You back up?
I am.
Okay, sorry. I had to solve a bit of a mess up with my kids. They kind
Ah.
I don't know which one of the two, but they peed on my sofa.
Oh no!
And I had to kind of clean it up. Sorry. Give me a moment.
No, it's okay.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay, and now they're biting my feet. So great. Okay.
That means they love you.
I guess. Okay. Waiting room. That's it. Okay. Okay, now we're back to your stream.
Here's Ayumi!
Oh shit! What's up?
Yumi, what's going on?
How's it going, Ayumi?
How's it going?
You didn't hear, but I let off some air horns in the background, and my mic didn't pick them up, so... Damn.
You're right, they did not.
Ooh.
So you've missed quite a great deal. We invaded Super Australia. It's going well. Vanille revealed herself to be the gigantic pile of shit we all knew she was. We found out she
So she's a former MTV star, got it.
Yeah, and she killed even more people than we thought she did. So she's a time-traveling mass murderer. So that's fun. And right now we are...
Right, that statement, yes.
Yeah, and then Fang was like, my home is not my home is not hell, because Saz was like, this is hell. And then I was like, she's absolutely right. This is not hell. It's super hell, because it's Super Australia. So that's where we are right now. We're wandering around, killing things, trying to figure out where to go next so I don't go there. So yeah.
This place reminds me of a area in Star Wars The Old Republic. I can't quite remember its name.
I thought you were going to say Nier Automata, which I would have...
That too.
I could see Nier Automata.
Except Nier Automata, it's a copy-paste across every zone that looks like it.
How dare you?
What, you want post-apocalyptic? Here, let me break a building and then copy-paste it across everywhere.
And it looks amazing every time.
I mean, there's...
I'm sorry,
you don't want to see a building, go to the desert.
You need talent for making copy paste look great. So.
And Final Fantasy certainly didn't.
No, it did not. And there I shall fill in Ayumi's air horns.
McCab, there was also... Oh, no, it wasn't Coruscant that had it. Or maybe it was. Some places in Alderaan had that look, too.
Sorry, give me a moment. These two little devils have just stole one of my toy snakes, and they're, tossing around.
Amazing. I want to see these kittens now. You need to take video of them. Oh my god, Meowth
The
is
more
speaking
wooded
Spanish.
it gets, that forest planet that had the Rakul plague. That's what it is.
So now you have to go the arrows way, Cobb.
I don't want to go the arrows way. I killed everything in the city, and now I gotta go back to the fucking wilderness.
Yeah.
The planet with the Rakul plague. That's what it reminds me of.
Rat ghoul plague.
Rakghoul.
Rakghoul.
Harris, yes, that's what it is. I couldn't remember off the top of my head.
You're talking like I know anything about Star Wars, which I do not.
Okay, Zant and I will just kind of converse in our little corner.
So now rat ghouls are in my what's it called? Lexicon. They're in my lexicon now.
I don't really know how these things eat, considering their mouth is the big hole in the middle of these things. So...
We'll make you a part of the next Rakghoul event.
Also, it's a shame that Ayumi missed the Great Wall of Fuck You, but...
Oh, so did Rhapsodic, and I'm going to do it next fight, because I know that more of these guys are right ahead.
Oh, Alexander? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna summon down the Great Wall of Fuck You, which charges in 5 seconds. It's awesome.
As long as it doesn't look like Barthandelus. I hate that guy.
It does not look like Bart Simpson. No. Also, we discovered that the reason Igiorum was paired with the Pope was because Barthandelus was the Pope here, and Lightning bought him.
Is that headcanon, or you just making it up?
I mean, it makes sense.
We have no proof, and we have no doubts either.
Yeah. So get more that this game stole from 14. All right, time to put the boy in charge.
Good. Excellent. Marvelous. Fantastic.
Now he's just having a casual stroll through Super Hell.
Ayumi also missed the cutscene in which Hope massively trolls Vanille.
Oh, he did not troll her. He absolutely destroyed her. She was trying to gaslight him, and he just like turned a flamethrower on her.
I've seen that scene.
That's the scene where she reveals herself to be the villain.
No, that's the other one.
I remember that.
That's the other one. But we also, I actually need to come up with.
And I'm in chat.
Vanille's
right.
gay panic emoji.
Time to summon the Great Wall of Fuck You.
Yes.
Forward and back, forward and back.
And then forward and back.
I saw hope, and then I had to descend and be like, "No, there's no hope here."
None. All the hope belongs to Hope.
Need your help, big guy.
Nah, look at them trying to hit Alexander. Look at that. Look at that Gestalt gauge.
Yeah.
That is just stupid.
Alexander's a Gestalt. Near confirmed. Near crossover confirmed.
Indeed. Humanity is dead here. They all got turned into shades.
I mean, considering Nier Automata is dynamic with 2B and 9S, basically Lightning and Hope, I mean...
Here it comes. The Great Wall of Fuck You!
Let me up.
There you go.
Okay, let's do this. That's it. Yeah.
I mean, Alexander is the only Gestalt summon that is like stationary, can't move around, but honestly, what do you need Alexander to move around for?
You really don't, like...
I prefer 9s. That's just me, though.
Here's the
I
fuck
mean-
you part.
Yes.
Clear the way. See you next time.
I must go now. My home planet needs me.
There's only just one guy left and about to die. That's great. I mean, I'm entirely happy to get twice in one stream the Great Wall. Fuck you. I mean, it's.
I just love that name. It's so good. And so descriptive.
I mean, it's what it is. But
I mean, the only alternative would be the Great Wall of You're Fucking Dead.
Yeah, too. Yeah. But I was going to say something. Yeah. I
We're
mean,
quiet. We hunting snails.
But I was going to say, I loved the entire summoning sequences. I actually, years ago, it was my first written meta, actually, essay. meta-analysis years ago. It was a sort of a, at the time, a bit short study of the summoning sequences 13 and how it pairs by narrative or bond each one of the six characters, the six members of the crew. Basically, to get the idea, the summoning sequences parallels and complement Lightning Hope, Snow and Sass, and Fang Vanille. Which I mean, I guess is probably one is probably kind of sort of expected, but the thing was about going into the cinematic parallels and all that stuff. Maybe I can go over that on the server if you want. But I mean, my first contact ever with the 13th trilogy was a video of a compilation of the summons of the Eidolons. and
Back when you thought it had something to do with Evilise.
Yes, exactly. And that was my that was on me misclicking instead of the Final Fantasy XII summon video, I clicked Final Fantasy XIII summon video. And the rest is history, as they say. And ever since then, my favorite, I felt that the instant draw towards Hope and Alexander, and it was like, I don't know why, but they are my favorites.
I mean, you've got the two big fuck you guys here.
Yeah,
so...
but if your first contact is that video of a summons, you don't expect Hope to be like the big fuck you guy. You only get that after you play. Because, I mean, we discussed this earlier, but Hope seems, keyword, seems harmless enough. I mean, which I guess plays in his favor, because people just don't expect Hope to just a murder machine.
Well, yeah, but it's always the ones you think are harmless that are, like, hiding the big noob.
True. And if...
This is not going well.
No, certainly not. I mean, if I weren't on the side of get Hope to the high level spells, I would be pushing you to get Race on his medic branch. Though I mean,
I'm out of Phoenix Down, so I really kind of need it.
I mean, but you can get Race with Lightning though if you work on her medic branch. I mean, she's an awful medic, but at least she gets the job done.
I mean, if I just need her to raise, it doesn't matter how hard she heals.
Exactly, yeah, basically.
You're fighting a hot pepper.
Yes.
Can you use a rise? I mean, in the tactics, in tactical point, the techniques. Because if you could.
Maybe I need to check, and I don't. Let me kill one more of these things, and then I should have a little more breathing room.
At least they die quickly, but they're annoying. For a moment, I was like, "What's that over there?" And it's Fang just kneeling down.
I thought it was one of the little summoner fuckers for a second. I was like, "Why are you here?" So I don't have Hope in control right now, so it doesn't really matter.
Sorry.
As you shouldn't.
Go. They're gonna be fighting.
All hope is lost.
No, I mean, in a sense, I agree with Ayumi. Like, playing Hope is an added layer of difficulty, but Meowth be Meowth.
Why would you want Hope in any sense of the word?
What are you, Meteor?
Because Hope is ridiculously broken in this game.
It's a feeble human emotion.
I mean, chill down, Cyborg.
We did go over how Hope is not a positive thing. Beep boop, motherfucker.
It's not impossible that Lightning and Hope can actually kill the clan, but...
Oh, it's gonna happen.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, these two are pretty much an army on their own, but...
Keep a cool head.
Time to ruin it today.
What I just typed in chat is my thoughts on nearly 99% of the time.
I can't read chat, so...
Hope works against everything I labor towards and must be eliminated.
You asked for it.
Here.
So Ayumi basically feels the affinity with Meteon's mindset because they're both AIs.
Keep a cool head.
Become as gods.
I swear I was just before the stream I was watching a Nier Automata playthrough, and I had that the last video I was watching was that part of the game. Become as gods. Become as god. Oh. Great musical theme though. I mean, any form of Birth of Wish.
Thank you.
I kind of know the lyrics to Birth of a Wish, kind of. If you consider
The boy. You're the boy.
if you consider Chaos language lyrics, though I do consider
It's
them,
an amalgamation of like 6 different languages.
Yeah, I consider them lyrics. I mean, I can sing Shadow Lord, and I know the lyrics. If you can call them lyrics.
I mean, they are words, so I would say yes.
Yeah.
And several people do know the Chaos language in the world. Emmy Evans and Janique Nicole.
Yeah, they have to sing it.
Yeah. I find the Chaos language quite fascinating myself. I mean, it's like a video game only, and mostly because Chaos language it has its sense in this. I mean, meaning that it's meant to sound like what human language would sound like in from a few millennia after, you know. But at the same time, it's made in a way that the language itself plays as music, like it's kind of another instrument. But at the same time, because it's a made-up language, it makes me think so much of Esperanto. And I've grown in these past months very attached to Esperanto because it's kind of the language I'm using for my so to describe, it's in my post-line returns, post-trilogy project that I'm working on right now. The equivalent of the language, the source of all languages, that's Esperanto, and so I refer to it as language of the star itself.
Nice. Chaos language it reminds me a lot of a Twilight Zone episode where a guy comes back from the future, but no one can understand him. And eventually they're like, oh my god, he's speaking English. It's just after, like 1,500 years of drift.
That's actually fairly realistic considering how if we were to time travel or someone from, like, imagine in England.
No.
I mean, we're talking about this because you're here.
Yeah.
Ayumi has left the server.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I just realized why, because I spoke of time. I spoke of time travel. They.
No, I spoke of time travel.
True. You started. I just went along. Without hope, it's not that.
It's hopeless.
Yes.
Without hope, it's hopeless.
Just the way I like it.
So.
And Lightning and her party were eaten by Flan, thus fulfilling their focus.
The end. It's amazing. It's amazing how the difference between a wipe or not is if Hope's still going or not.
What I appreciate about other games is that even if the main character dies, they still let you continue on, because the main character cannot be the sole purpose, the reason why the whole game is going. The main character can fall down, can get injured, can die, but he has friends, or she has friends that can raise her back up. So why does the whole game have to end?
Why would I want to play a game that does that?
Why does the whole game have to end as soon as you trip over a rock or something and get knocked out?
Because lightning is that important. Like I said, I don't ship lightning with anyone but me.
Because it's pink-haired Igor. I got it. I see.
I mean, we know the reasons. Don't worry. The only comment I made about that is that the game is not going to agree with you, but live your dreams.
I love it.
I got one of my kittens mewling for attention. Apologies.
Keep the enemy off balance. Eat this. Change of plan. Steady now.
Thank you.
Apologies. Have to. I mean, these two little things are like 1 month old, so they need kind of attention.
No, they're cute though. I love our kittens when they were 1 year old or 1 month old. 1 year too, but 1 month they were super cute.
Yes. But they are in constant demand of attention. He's the one I have right now in my lap. He's probably thinking, "What are you saying?" Because I'm speaking English right now.
Time for another approach.
Because no one can resurrect people but the main character. Clearly.
Only I get res, mage.
Hope, heal yourself. Hope, heal yourself.
Hope, kill yourself.
Oh my god. Damn it.
So see the thing about the AI of the characters.
Yay, all hope is dead.
Come on then.
I just gotta get to 3 TP. I'm like right there.
Maybe you can renew. Can you
A
renew?
TP was removed.
I mean, techniques.
What the hell is renew?
You do have renew, I think. I mean, in the TPs, I think that works as an rise. There you go.
Where the hell has that ability been all this time?
Change of plan.
So things that people usually don't use but are actually really helpful.
Time for another approach.
So yeah, the thing when I mentioned the thing with the AI is that Hope's AI is programmed to prioritize lightning. So when Cobb went into Hope heal yourself, that's not really right now because lightning is leader here. It's actually helpful, but when you have Hope as leader and he doesn't prioritize himself as in healing, it's like, can you just not heal lightning for a second?
Keep the enemy off balance.
Thank you.
I mean, I wouldn't heal Hope at all.
I know. If Hope can't stand on its own 2 feet, all that.
Well,
Even worthy of my time in Opera Omnia.
Damn.
that's a shame considering he's fucking broken in Opera Omnia.
I thought you were gonna write this like scathing like message to me in the Discord. I was
No.
baiting it.
Ayumi, I got 10 years of experience of people hating on Hope for I don't really know why. So if you think you're going to tell me anything I haven't heard in 10 years, you're being really
Probably not.
I'll tell you something, something about Hope that you haven't heard in 10 years. Hope is a wonderful character, and I really enjoy playing it.
Thank you. I don't really hear that often.
Not once in 10 years.
No, I've heard.
That was a weird conversation I was a part of.
But Hope is not actually lying.
I actually really like Hope.
Considering his big white mage and all that.
He's like the epitome of white mages. It's perfect.
Exactly.
Who are the new
I've never
units we're
seen-
getting in Opera Omnia? Oh, is it? Oh yeah, it's the Stranger of Paradise girl, isn't it?
Neon.
Ooh, which one?
Neon.
Yes, that one.
I like the other one.
Sophia, yeah. She's MILF material, so yes.
She's like 20.
True.
Rhapsody. God, Vanilla's awful. Ayumi, not as bad as Hope. Meow. I'm so glad my friends enjoy my favorite game.
I'm not here to influence your opinion on any character. I'm here just that's not why I'm here.
You know why I like the rating at the end here? Because it reminds me of the Tales games. At the end of each encounter in the Tales games, you get a rating, and depending on your rating, depends how many items and experience you got at the end of the encounter.
How did I play through all of Tales of Arise? I never noticed that.
So,
And I'm like halfway through Berseria, and I didn't realize that either. I just have not been paying attention to that at all.
Depending on how well you do in each battle, the more experience you get and items. Some battles have different conditions, like use arts more or dodge attacks better. It just, it really just depends. Symphonia, that was my first Tales game. I played that a lot on the GameCube.
the GameCube is such an underrated console.
It was a very good console. Very good.
The only thing that the GameCube had was a rather short life. That's the only thing. But
Yeah, but it had so many good RPG titles on it. It's
Ayumi, Pokemon Colosseum and Gale of Darkness. Oh.
I did not play Gale of Darkness, but I did play Colosseum because Pokemon.
Gale of Darkness is great.
I've not played a Pokemon game since Red and Blue.
Excuse me?
Meanwhile, Ayumi and I excitedly waiting for Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, I've already I've already decided that I want Scarlet, so I'm going for that one.
I'm going for Scarlet as well. I want both of them, but priority is going to be Scarlet.
I just don't like the idea of being forced to buy 2 versions of a game to get everything.
You don't really need to. I mean, it's at this point it's actually more tradition than anything. Actually. I mean, the tradition. By tradition I mean it's kind of Pokemon tradition to release 2 versions. But
You gotta be ready to drop by now. Don't overdo it.
You know, now that I've cleared Odyssey, and on Friday we're pretty much just going after the legendary beasts. At this point, we're going after the Cyclops, the Minotaur, and all those. And then maybe a few more things. I've got to decide on what I want to do next. And possibly might be Tails. I could play...
Which one? Which one?
Tales of Berseria. I could play Tales of... Oh, man. I would have to connect my PS5, though, to the LoreLines account. But I could play Tales of Xillia, which is really good. Also, there's Persona 5.
Oh man, that is a fantastic but extremely long game.
I've done multiple playthroughs just so I can get different endings on different playthroughs.
See, I've only played through it once. I haven't done subsequent playthroughs. I just can't sink another 150 hours into a game.
3 times on the first the first game, 2 times on Royal. So 5 consecutive playthroughs of Persona 5.
I mean, if it were a thing of playing through anything to get different things, I mean, Fire Emblem. I'm absolutely guilty of that.
I have never played a Fire Emblem game.
I mean, maybe it's...
I don't even know where you could start.
I suggest Awakening.
That's been my issue with Fire Emblem is like I was aware of it because of Smash Brothers, but it wasn't always available here. I
would suggest Awakening just because it's easy enough to get. I know what you're thinking.
I would say 3 houses. It's really good to start with because Awakening has some time fuckery later on.
And Fates can be a bit...
And Fates is wild, and you have to take it slow.
Exactly.
There's 3 different... Okay, let me explain Fates, all right? To put it simply, there is one story. The one game is told from one side. The other game is told from the other side. And then there's a third game, which both games have once you complete it, that is told a completely different side and doesn't relate to either of the 2 sides at all and is completely original.
Well, kind of, but at the same time also
you're driving me nuts with that.
It's at this point you just play Fates just to play it and romance people. That's it.
So what system are these games for?
Fates was 3DS, right?
Fates was 3DS, so was Awakening.
Awakening too, okay. And three houses is
3 houses Switch.
I mean, 3 houses is a good starting point considering the game.
Cool.
Very good.
None of which are systems I own.
Oh, sad. I mean, you can go emulator on 3DS, but...
What was that, Fang?
So I was going to say something. I mean, I know I mentioned Awakening as kind of a starting point, but to be honest, my first ever Fire Emblem was Radiant Dawn.
On the GameCube? Mine was the Game Boy Advance one.
Radiant Dawn is the Wii one.
The Wii one. I had the Game Boy Advance one, the very first Fire Emblem, first released in America.
Ooh.
It was titled Fire Emblem, but it was the 6th or 7th in the series.
Yeah.
It was with Eliwood, Lynn, and Hector.
Yeah. I kind of know
that was my first one.
Kind of know of some of the names, but besides, aside Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn, and then afterwards, I'm kind of a bit lost. I know some titles, but I'm not that much of an expert on the series. When
I saw Barth in Smash Brothers, I was like, "What? Where does he come from? What game is he from?" So I looked it up, and it was Fire Emblem. Me being a weeb at the time, I wanted to know more about it. So when I heard that the games were going to be released over here, I jumped at the chance. Let's try this game. This is where he's from. He didn't end up being in that game specifically, but I loved the game regardless. I was like, this is a brand new type of game that I've never played before.
There's the remake though, Shadow Dragon with Marth, right?
Yes, I actually have the collector's edition sitting on my shelf next to me.
I played a bit of Shadow Dragon. It was great. But I had for like a couple years or 3 years, I don't know. I had this Christmas tradition myself of playing through Radiant Dawn by like the last week of the year and finishing on New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve, and that was kind of weird, but it was amusing because I knew that a full playthrough of Radiant Dawn kind of takes me 4 days, 5 days. I mean, I really enjoyed.
Oh, it's time for the fuck you.
Let's see here. What do I got in my Steam library? Well, what can we play after Odyssey?
Iliad?
Maybe you can work on Hermetic. That. I was going to say, maybe you can work on Hermetic Branch.
I'm going to finish off her commando, and then I'm going to go buff out her other ones.
I have Origins, Black Flag too, but I don't want to saturate the account with so much Assassin's Creed. Those are both really good games, by the way.
I would actually suggest trying to work on Fang's Ravager branch, even though it takes a bit more working, but it's really helpful. I know you would really appreciate True Disaster on your Paradigm set right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Why is Assassin's Creed 3 still $40?
I mean, Assassin's 3 is the one with Ezio?
No.
No, okay.
Number 3 was the one during the Revolutionary War.
Oh, okay. True. That's the one that's the America one, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The one that had the DLC that portrayed Washington as a bad guy. And so it's a what-if scenario. So.
Fair.
What if instead of leading the colonies to freedom, he became a tyrant, like the king instead?
Hmm.
Night, Zental.
Good night, Zent.
Night. I mean, I get why Sun's kind of going off. It's almost 5 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's getting up there.
I mean, I can stay. I mean, you know, I pull all-nighters, streaming 13 myself.
Easy.
So just so I know, like, what am I going towards as far as
You're
like
going.
what do I need to
going-
get to?
You're going back to the Arkhild step. You're going to have to go through Valley's Media again, and you go back to the Arkhild step. And basically, depending on how far we're going into, you can either go around grinding in the Arkhild step or head on to the MSQ marker.
So I should rephrase. That wasn't what I was asking. As far as grinding goes, like what am I trying to get to? Or rather, what do I need to progress?
Personally, well, I have my preferences, but maybe maxing out some of the branches. Oh, I mean, I was going to check, but I'm going to check in my phone, through my phone actually. I'll check my Lord Iron to get an idea. I mean, not that you have to follow my method, just to get an idea.
Keep a cool head.
I know which level I am here. Because I mean, I'm checking because I did some grinding myself, but off screen. Oh, okay.
Yeah, think about that later.
No, I'm checking.
I got time.
Where the hell was this?
Keep a cool head. Out of my way!
I know that the point I started after grinding, I had hope with Fire Raga, which means that was almost all of his Ravager branch done. This was me going a bit overboard, but but I grinded myself until hope was at 1095 magic.
Wow. Okay.
Not really needed per se, but I grinded until I had.
Wow, calm down there, Satan.
I had Synergist, Ravager, Medic level 4. I mean, not needed, but not. I mean, it's not a requirement. You can grind as you go, but yeah. I mean, you will eventually get there. Don't worry, you'll get hope at that level of magic.
Oh, I have no doubts about that.
Uh,
He's already pretty broken, but I'd like to break him more.
yes.
Look at that 623. He's on his way.
I mean, I love comparing his status information with the rest. It's like it's like okay. I mean, I mean we're speaking Ravager, which is not the DPS per se role, and he goes up to 16k damage in the staggers.
Right?
In the staggers, it's amazing, and I see him Fang and Lightning going like maybe 7k, 8k, but and then there's Hope not even in his DPS in the DPS role.
Yumi, I was saying that I don't think the music is doing it for me here, because I feel like this should be more like the Velt from 6. It should feel more tribal and Australian. Like that didgeridoo music you had at the loading screen.
That's from one of the upcoming zones, so don't worry.
Masashi Hamamozu does good job with the music, but he isn't like a stellar, musician. But he does a great job.
Oh, I mean, the music in this game is fantastic. It's just
Depends.
this one track just doesn't fit the atmosphere for me.
I mean, it's just.
Oh, so it's like that one air. It's like Labyrinthos, I see.
Oh, kind of.
The 30-second loop.
I mean, the soundtrack as a whole is great, the trilogy itself. But I mean, I'm not one to, I think there's room for every sort of styles here. I mean, I agree that perhaps the Yasha's Massive theme is not like impressive, but I mean, it's kind of chill tuned and it's pleasant, so I don't really have any issues with it either. The Archilto step is really iconic. I'm thinking other themes, Staging Tower, which is the one I put in the first reading room. And then there's the Ashen Suns theme. By the way, the Ashen Suns, of course, we will get there, but you will see another place that absolutely made me flip my shit when 14 happened.
Can't wait to see it.
You will get likely when Wednesday you will see it. I mean, because I'm thinking right now, if we go through the final 13 hours, so to speak, stream on Wednesday, I can leave you homework for tomorrow, which would be grinding in the Archilto step, if you want. Archilto step, if you want to reach Mahabharata Subterra before we leave the stream, you can. So there's that. Nah, you're going the wrong way. I think, or not.
I mean, the mission wants me to go down this way.
You have to go that way, yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a bit...
So I think I'm gonna go that way just because the mission.
Yeah, that too. But it's the way back to Baldi's Media, so you have to go that way. So just turn around and go. Follow the arrow. So yeah, I mean.
This Super Australia is a savage place. It would benefit greatly by having Imperial rule.
So, but you're basically saying that it would benefit greatly for having Barthandelus in charge.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that way, yeah.
Oh, he's a little fucker.
Yeah. Surprise Behemoth and all that.
Just give people a surprise meteor. See, my children!
Surprise meteor. That's pretty much like a red chocobo is.
Yes, Rap said I got it on the head. This place needs the tender, loving care of the elementals and a little bit of green wrath.
Oh god. Fucking Gridania.
I just finished that script. It's like 7 pages long. Jesus. And I did that, and I'm like, now I gotta talk about white mages. Now I gotta talk about 5th era, because I gotta talk about Amdapor. Now I gotta do this and that.
And now Galmora.
Oh, Galmora's
Galmora.
like, there's like 3 pages on Galmora. Because I went into the whole history and everything in Galmora and all that stuff.
And then the Autumn War with Almigo.
Yep, that's in there too. And then Joran and the Pajali
Hey,
and all
Star.
that stuff. What the?
I'm behind you slightly.
Yeah, we're kind of behind, but it's fine. I mean, not that we can do much about that. There will come a day in which Cobb will stream on his own 13.2, and I will be freed from having to host.
Way to single him out.
So technically, I am streaming this, but then Meowth is just playing the stream of my stream on her stream, on the LoreLines stream. So it's kind of delayed.
Yes. I mean, there was no other way we could do this.
I heard you like streams, so I put a stream in your stream so you could stream while you stream.
Meanwhile, I'm the one who just streams from my browser.
Unfortunately, I'm playing this on Xbox One, so that's not an option.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing. That's why we came up with this strange but oddly effective solution. But I got Cobb's PC versions of 13.2 and Line Return, so he will be able to properly stream those.
Yes, and I told Meowth we're gonna get her the Steam version of 6 so she can go through that on stream.
I mean, either 6 or 8, I don't know.
Both are excellent games.
Whatever.
Exactly. Exactly.
Flans. I call bullshit. If only because the only flan wasn't really watching you, but apparently it did.
Still bullshit.
Not using Pals of the Dead mechanics in my game, Mage.
You're doing well enough. I think with a grinding session on your own, you should be well equipped to go through anything else. I'm trying to think this from a non-hope leading perspective.
Hey, that's how I think of things.
No, I mean it's. It's only that I'm seeing Cobb play this way that I'm
Once you put yourself in a despair mindset, everything seems rosy.
kind of. It's just because living with hope requires so much preparation. I tend to kind of over prepare myself. I mean, if only because needs preparation just to make up for the lowest HP of the of the group. That's the only reason, actually. But in this game, is really a concerning matter. That's the thing.
Turn around, you piece of shit.
It seems disinclined to cooperate.
Okay, I hit it until it turns around. Turn around!
I mean, you can just move around and try to go to the other side and catch the flan unawares, but nah, that works too.
Keep a cool head.
I'm gonna start spamming my own channel, and you guys are welcome to talk about it too. I made the Assassin's Creed channel last night because I started taking so many pictures,
Hey,
and I'm like, I need
Nice.
a place to put these.
those were great.
Oh, in the
pictures.
Discord?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Nice.
saw them. Really Greek and all that.
Really Greek.
It has a mode of photo mode. You can take pictures of the locations, or rather just in game, and it's a photo mode in game.
So it's like Horizon and the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with a free trial at level 60, including Heaven's Word.
I muted you halfway through that, so I didn't hear the last part of it. What?
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not really a connoisseur of the Assassin's Creed series. All I know is that they go rather.
I didn't tag them on like the history in the Assassin's Creed franchise, but rather I wrote down what their historical significance was in the channel. So if you want to check them out, you can. And I just kind of wrote like, this is who made this. This is its relevance to this period in history. And I'll continue to take more screenshots of more historical locations in the game. They went all out and went very detailed.
I mean,
with locations.
I think Assassin's Creed prides itself of being very location accurate in their chosen environment.
They did, and they visit these locations. They actually visit the locations that they are going to make games of IRL, and they talk and speak with those who are historical aficionados of that period and everything too, to just get it exactly or as close to a real life interpretation of it as possible. The first few screenshots of the pics of in the thread that I made, several of them are from Olympia, the old Olympia in Greece, where they held the Olympic Games. The Grand Temple of Zeus, the Olympic Tree.
Yep.
I especially took great pride in taking a picture of the Phidias' statue of Zeus, which was one of the 7 great wonders of the world.
Was keyword.
There's a lot that we have lost. Whether by accident or by intent.
Or by using historical ancient buildings as, places where to store gunpowder during a war, which...
Accident or intent. Whether you accidentally store something there or intentionally store something there, you fucked with history.
Yeah. That's what happened to the Pantheon, for example.
Yep.
I mean...
So I'm going to take pictures of that, so you can check it out in our Discord channel. It's somewhere amidst all the hundreds of channels.
We actually really need to make some... We need to do a purge of the sub-channels.
Yeah, we have a lot of...
Oh my god, yes we do.
And
I've
we
been
have a lot of
saying that.
cantaloupe.
I've been saying that since we added them.
I mean, back when in Walker, it was kind of understandable, but after 6.0...
Those don't count.
Okay. Actually, I kind of want to boot up Assassin's Creed and take more historical pictures. I've been playing the game off stream just so that I can keep ahead in levels, but I haven't been doing like the MSQ and stuff that I said that I do on stream. So that's why that's why I was able to finish the MSQ so quickly, because I was above the level that it was supposed to.
Yeah. And that's why I'm telling Cobb to do some homework. I mean, you can pretty much grind fine enough. I mean, I grinded like in an afternoon all I needed, and basically just it was kind of stupid in a sense, because I didn't really leave for the grinding that entire session Valis Media and one section of the Archeoda Step, and and I was like, yeah, this is my grinding zone now.
Alright, let's boot it up and see what we can find. I mean, there's a lot, but...
There goes the flan.
I should have taken a picture of when I went after the Nemean lion. Like,
I'm just here.
I can't believe, Meowth, you were just like, no, this is a good place to stop. And like literally the next cutscene was Grand Pulse.
That was on me.
Totally you.
But I mean, to be fair, you would have had to, after the whole Bahamut thing, you would have had to deal with Alexander. So I'm not sure.
That's true.
I'm not sure you were in the mood for that.
No, I was not. I definitely was not. Especially not after Bahamut, that fucking asshole.
spiteful?
You didn't see it. That was awful.
He wiped like 6 times.
Excellent.
And there's like 3 cutscenes in front of that fucking fight. Including that stupid fucking door. What's up?
Take your medicine.
No. Unless you mean my vodka. In which case, yes.
I'm still baffled at the concept that you actually only wiped at Sid Range like once, and then you wiped 6 times in Bahamut, and I'm like, my brain just short circuits because I know I said it, but in my own Lord I run I wiped like 5 times to Sid Range, and it was like, fuck my life.
I mean, clearly he catered to my playstyle more than Bahamut did.
Yeah.
Okay, we already got the Grotto of Pan.
I love that Valis Media uses March of the Dreadnoughts as background theme. I love this theme. If only the Dreadnought mount, which I don't have, but one day I will have my hands on it and never change it for any other mount on 14. If only the Dreadnought mount had March of the Dreadnoughts as music, that would be just the only thing the only thing it needs.
So I said that about the Magitech armor, and now I use all kinds of other mounts.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that like why you miss the opportunity to give this fucking mount the March of the Dreadnoughts, which can I mean it's not exactly Hope's theme, but might also be.
I mean, it's Hope's fuck the police theme.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's do Horion of Argos. We'll go there.
Wow, there. Even on the Xbox One, there is lag here because there's so much going on.
Yes. Like I told you, the consoles back then couldn't and can't wholly support this game's graphics. Just imagine Final Fantasy XIII on PlayStation 5. I mean, the fact that even as of today's standards, it holds up so well.
Which is exactly why it doesn't need a remaster.
That's fair, but at the same time, at the same time, there's some parts of there's mostly a second part of the trilogy, which would really benefit from a remaster. They went for redubbing some things. Yes, I will forever be salty at that particular aspect of Line Returns localization. It's not even a problem of the Japanese version, the original. It's a problem of the localization.
What are you talking about?
Line Returns, leave me alone.
You went off on a tangent.
Yes,
She did. She's trying to spoil things.
I'm not trying to spoil things. I'm just too salty for my own good.
Spoilers!
I'm too salty about that even 8 years after. It's like... So it makes my life harder as a lore diver. Because you have to like... If that didn't happen, I didn't have to go after people like... So... To understand this, you actually need to go to the Japanese original version.
You didn't play the old one.
You played the fake one.
Are you gonna be one of those people, Meowth? You didn't play the real one.
No, it's not. It's not about that. You'll understand what I mean when we get there, and I share with you the original version. Because if you think that 14 sometimes loses stuff from translation to English, that's nothing compared to the whole mistake. That's for Chocobos when you unlock them.
What is this?
Look at that! This is the Hunt Flan, the Hunt Mark Flan. That was a really nice shot of paradigm shift.
Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate it.
600 stagger, kind of. I mean, it's not that hard to get to it, but yeah. By the point you're reaching the stagger bar, the thing is already dead. I mean, look at Hope. Just...
And I got no stars. What the fuck?
Continuing on.
Mission complete.
Agamemnon's tomb. I can write up there.
Okay, so you just awakened another one, if you want to take it. The turnaround when you see the Adamantoise is like, nope.
I really just like how it like changes the map depending on the direction I'm facing.
I think
Just
I think you can adjust that in the camera settings. But
just show me north. That's what I want to see.
I think you can adjust that on the camera settings, but I actually don't recall how to do it.
Why is this thing in my way?
I adore the moment in which Hope can just straight up one-shot kill these things.
That's the dream.
You're not that far from that. I mean... Basically, the moment you get Blizzaga, which because these things are weak to ice, it's an AOE ice nuke to these guys. And he's already melting them with Blizzara, you know. I hate that double bite. Can be so misleading. You think it's one attack and it's two, and it's like, ah, fuck you. You awaken another one there. You want to take it. Fuck.
I think if I do stream another Assassin's Creed, it will be on my channel, my own.
Maybe. I mean, you can take it, obviously, take it if anything else, and if you want to go back to the Yashas Massive, then you can when you go through homework, if you want.
Probably gonna call it pretty soon.
Yeah, I would suggest getting to the entrance of the Mahabharata Subterra, which is the next zone. You're not really far from that. You're going in the right direction, so there's a save point around there, so you should be able to call it there. And then I will leave to you the homework for tomorrow and see what happens on Wednesday.
Sounds good to me. Are there any more surprise cutscenes?
No.
Okay, good.
No, we did the ones that needed, well, that there were to be done. That those are the Yashas Massive, which was a good idea to go through Yashas Massive first and foremost. All in all, it's not just being grinding. Which means next stream, which is going to be the long one, is going to be all eventful and full of stuff happening. But in the meantime, I mean, you can just grind as you wage war on Super Australia.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of war to wage down here.
I mean, it's mostly monsters, but.
I mean, there's no people down here. It's all monsters, so we gotta be sure and defeat their forces so Cocoon can be safe. Because you know these dogs can fly. They can fly up to Cocoon. They can get into the hole. They're the real threat.
Yeah, that way.
How hard are those adamantoises?
Don't. Just don't.
Well, I know don't, but like, how bad is it?
They're complicated even by endgame endgame standards, and it's even worse when you complete a mission which change all of these adamantoids into even worse idea of an adamantoid that casts Ultima, just so you get the idea.
Oh, awesome.
I haven't yet been myself able to defeat one of those Ultima adamantoises, so yeah. Though I guess part of the blame lies on me and playing Hope as leader. You're going well.
Whoa. Is that just something that happens in the north, or does this place actually have weather effects?
It does have weather effects.
What's that?
Though this area is foggy by default, so just try not to. I call that debated.
Yeah, that definitely was a debate. I got gat.
So yeah, it happens that the foggy place is basically a behemoth nest. So great times. Honestly, though, I mean, it's not exactly the best indicator, but if you want some sort of guideline as of when exactly you're ready to kind of your grinding is over, you try to take on a Behemoth King and see how it goes. And if it goes fairly smoothly, then you shouldn't have any more problems for the rest of.
This makes me really angry.
I mean, I get why. I get the feeling.
Also, I noticed the Animentoises have shackles around their feet, which means these were probably post-war machine or used in the Pulse War.
You can take one of those big wolves by surprise. So this was part of my grinding area. To be fair, this is a great grinding spot. Sorry.
Well, I think this is a pretty good place to call it, though.
I would before you forget, I would just upgrade the Crystarium, if only to not forget.
Oh, I won't forget. It's fine.
Okay. So, well, so you wanna call it here?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to put up a closing room. I was going to say, so, are you going to go through homework then tomorrow?
I am.
Okay, that's great. So yeah, I mean the behemoth thing is just one way of kind of measuring your grinding, but I mean kind of works. If you can take on a behemoth king without many problems, then you can move onwards. But as a guideline, I would suggest to get at least one or two, if possible, of the main roles to level 4. So,
okay.
So that's more or less where I would say it's a good point. Yeah, that. So we have to yet polish details for Wednesday, but that's basically the idea, to get the 13-hour stream, right?
Well, to finish this, yeah.
So yeah, it's basically we have to decide on a starting time of sorts. So I'll be able to stick around for the ride, and I don't really want to mess up with Cobb's American schedule. But
All right.
American schedule?
That's
Is that what you call us?
Being 6 hours behind me, yes.
Mess with our American schedules.
I mean,
You brought this upon yourself. I don't mess with your Spanish schedule.
I mean,
that was too easy. I'm sorry.
so I'm not sure exactly. I'm not exactly sure at which time we will have to start for it to be a proper 13-hour stream. But that's on Cobb, actually. I mean, I'm available.
I was gonna say, that's probably early then.
Earlier, definitely. Right now, in my time is almost 5 a.m. 5:30 a.m. So yeah, I'm not sure when we will have to start, but. I mean, I will have to. I'm awful at math, so I'm terrible with numbers.
Nah, that's okay. Anyway, thank you everybody who joined us today.
Yeah.
Ayumi, thank you for jumping in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So right now I'm checking how long we've been streaming. It's been 5 hours and 30 minutes. So
Yeah.
5 hours 30 minutes. That would have us starting like 6 hours earlier. Are you really up for that, Cobb?
I'll talk to you about it in the Discord.
We'll polish the details then.
You're really streaming 13 hours?
That was Cobb's idea. To be fair, I'm just fine with stream until you finish the game.
Right.
So yeah. So close the stream if you want, Cops. Your game you're calling.
Oh, I already closed it out.
Oh, yeah, but we're still on air, so basically see you Wednesday probably.
What was that?
I was going to say, so close. We're still live, so you want to close, like, see you Wednesday or something.
Yeah.
Oh. That's why I said I thank you for everyone for joining us. So we'll make an announcement for that at some point.
Okay. So see you. Have a good night, and thank you for joining us.
See you, everyone.